hopefully it's going to be restored soon. But I think we can still go through the questions. Huh? So please ask your questions to our... do we have another microphone?
Without the microphones, but I can.
We have another one here. So please... So please, ask your questions and yeah, make your voice heard. I think.
That's okay. Hey, Carlos.
Hi.
I really liked your speech. Thanks a lot.
Sorry, can you say your name and where you're from? That's always a good process.
Okay, sorry. I'm Heike. I live in Ghent or near Ghent, and I just became a member. And of course, I fully appreciate that right now you have these inter-party obligations, but me as a new member, so if I now tell someone, yeah, I just became a member of Volt, what should I say them in a nutshell, why this is important? What would your answer be?
Why it is important to
be a member of Volt?
To be a member of Volt. So first of all, heartfelt welcome to Volt Belgium, Heike, and also welcome again to everyone who recently joined. As Johanna pointed out, compared to January of last year, we have doubled in size. We are roughly at 360 members right now. So thank you, Heike, for believing in the mission and the vision that Volt has. I think something very important to tell your network, your family members, or your neighbors, or your colleagues at work is to say, Volt is filling a spot in Belgian politics that none of the other established parties so far is filling. A progressive liberal vision for a long term that goes beyond just self-fulfilling endeavors of getting elected to get the money into their own purse. Volt is really here to make a change for the better, to involve citizens, and to also make changes, positive changes to Belgium on all the different levels and working together with other member states, but based on positive and science-based approaches. So no longer I'm left and I'm PS or I'm Vooruit and therefore I only go for left politics. No more I'm liberal from MR or Open VLD and to say, oh, I want it, or if you say, oh, I'm green, Ecolo, Hoon, let's close down all nuclear power plants because we are dogmatic. We say, no, we look at the science, we look at best practices across Europe. So we see, for instance, on one hand, the need of energy stability and the stability of the prices so that us as citizens, as a consumer, don't get the much brunt of the war that is happening currently in Ukraine. So that means, you know, science is very clear. Nuclear power plants are safe for the time being. Most recent versions are good to remain open. So therefore, let's look at how we can, in a just and fair way, transition to better energy supplies, for instance. And also when it comes to, for example, social justice, tax justice, let's not get always stuck up with like, oh, you as a taxpayer are paying perhaps a little bit more. Let's look at, okay, what can we provide and also retain from the Belgian state? So I think that's really the main message. Volt is there to break the particracy and to bring a new vision for Belgians across the different regions.
Thank you very much, Carlo. So yeah, I think we have Mauro.
Mauro, thanks for allowing me to
May I ask you to hold it close to your mouth?
To give some words. First of all, we are here for voting, and there is one missing. So it's already a bad sign from my point of view. I'm very practical, I'm an entrepreneur, and that's what I think if I see things like this. Now, I have had the pleasure of meeting you several months ago, and we did some work together. It was quite interesting. I would have been happy to see more candidates, but unfortunately, there are not. And on the other side, I've read all the motivation letters. Unfortunately, I've read them. I mean, unfortunately, Why? Because they are not convincing. So I think we should, I will vote definitely for him, just because there is no other choice. That's a bit, and it's a stimulation for you as well, in order to have a team around you that is strong as you. That is what I would like to say today, for the moment. I have no question.
Thank you, Mauro. And if I can just briefly respond, I fully subscribe to your message about if we want to have a healthy democracy in Belgium and in Europe, we also need to have a healthy internal democracy. And I think that's also a responsibility of all of us to think, how can we each contribute value to Volt, right? It can be going into the streets, flyering, talking to your neighbors and colleagues about Volt, asking them to become a member, ask them to sign, very importantly, for our list, to show we have citizen support and we want to make a strong message against all the other parties. And also when it comes to running for the board, we have different organs that on one hand have the responsibility of organizing the election. I think one important message I'll bring to that organ, the electoral board, is that elections need to be organized way more transparent, way more communicative to explain what is the process of getting elected as a board member, and also preparing training sessions or info sessions at least for members, for them to know what's coming up to them. Right? We don't want anyone to run into a wall because they were not aware of what the responsibility and the challenges are as a board member. And we can also understand that some might be a little bit fearful of that. So I think if I get elected for a second term, this will be also my last term because our internal rules state that you can only get elected for 2 mandates and afterwards you will have to break. So if I get elected, I'll take it as a personal responsibility to make sure that for the next term, there will be sufficient trainings and info sessions and communications towards members so that there's a good continuity and a healthy internal party democracy. Thank you.
Many thanks, Carlo. So maybe we will alternate again to follow the rule we did set. I think, Barbara, Erika, you had a question?
Exactly. So just to complement what you say, we have this procedure within Volt that we like to alternate between gender. So we allow, especially women to speak as well. So I encourage everyone, of course, to ask questions. Please, Erika.
Yes, thank you very much. Carlo, I mean, you are a very good president. I think you are convincing for others and really a good role model. But my question is, why are we going to have an all-male board for Volt Belgium? When I told this morning to my husband, he was looking at me like, oh, but that's not very 21st century. And we say from ourselves that we are progressive. So what are we going to do about that? I mean, do you really want us all here to endorse? It's nothing personal, really. I think all who are candidates can probably do a good job. But this is not how it should be. So my question would be, how do we go about that? What are your ideas? And what can we still do today to repair this as quickly as possible?
Thank you, Erika. And I think Erika deserves a huge applause because she also is a city lead of Brussels and she's been doing a fantastic work together with Brieux. So thank you for both of you.
Exactly. Thank you very much again.
And I think this brings me actually to the response as well. We need to highlight the great work that women are doing already in Volt. The more we show what's possible and what we stand for, the more we can also convince more women to join the party, to take up responsibilities and move on. As I said before to the question of Mauro, it also ties in with a healthy party democracy. Yes, we want gender parity, but if we don't have the base of women within our membership, then that makes it very difficult to fill positions. And so it's already in our statutes that all leadership functions need to be gender balanced. So for example, I was very happy to have Johanna as my co-president, but we need to have, as I said before, more info sessions, more reach out to members to inform them about the needs of the positions. I told you about my promise to you as members that I want to, as an outgoing president in 1.5 years, and even before that, get directly involved in recruiting women for the board positions, so that in 2 years' time we definitely have sufficient women to run for the different positions, and not only for the female diverse co-presidency, but also for all the other positions, so that we have a healthy balance of gender parity. Now, as I mentioned, this is not only a responsibility of individuals, it's also a responsibility of our different organs. So for instance, our organ that is managing the elections, the electoral board, is in dire need also for volunteers. So if you would like to help us to organize even better internal elections, please sign up and help us to make our internal elections even more open, more accessible, and more diverse as well, more importantly. I hope that answered your question.
So yes, Gamal, and I think we'll take 2 more questions, and that will be it, so that we are on the right course for the agenda.
Is Jan Joris listening?
I
Jan?
have no clue.
Yeah.
But okay, so again, I think we will imagine his ghost among us.
No, but it would be fair to ask him the same question like Carlo. Now, 1.5 years, hopefully, again for you, what would you do differently?
What I would do differently 1.5 years ago and 1.5 years ahead. So 1.5 years.
More into the future.
Okay. What I would do differently now for the next 1.5 years compared to the last 1.5 years, right? So what I would do differently is probably insist more on communications with our members, both in terms of what we as a board are doing, because I think there's a lot of work and a lot of hours that are going into this, but it's not shared. So on one hand, it's not clear what necessarily the board is working on, and it's not clear what the board should be doing as well. And I think it's always very important so that you have good communication, so there's also accountability towards the people that represent you and that take decisions in your stead. So I think that really is important to communicate even better, meaning more internal newsletters, also more external newsletters, more communications than beforehand of General Assemblies, so that you don't get only all the information the day before, but also already a month ahead, so that the agenda is clear, the processes to get elected is clear. And I would say also reach out perhaps, well, not perhaps, definitely more to external organizations, because we see that working with external organizations is very good to have this reach out, to get new people into Volt, to break out our almost the Brussels EU bubble. But again, this is of course a team effort. So I invite all of you to approach me also throughout the next 2 years. So don't wait until 2 years to ask me like, hey Carlo, what did you do the last 4 years? No, come tomorrow, after, even tonight, after the General Assembly. Approach me, talk to all the other board members as well. Say what is important to you, bring it on board, and we'll discuss it and come back to you as soon as possible and communicate even more with you.
Okay, thanks, Carlo. And now I give the floor to Pauline. Okay.
The phrasing was slightly differently, but like any challenges you faced, but I think it's pretty similar. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Pauline. And feel free to ask any other question if one comes to your mind afterwards.
Yeah, hello, Helene. I'm just mainly wondering, the other candidate, is he not reachable by phone? Can you maybe say something by phone, or so we have a little bit more info about him? Or does he have a valid excuse why he's not here?
I will ask Joe if he can also.
Okay, so we will move forward, but definitely if we can reach him, or if he can make himself heard at some point, we will ask him the question. Maybe if you can send it in the chat, or ask someone to send it in the chat, so that we keep it written and we can ask it afterwards. Any other questions? So we will have...
he has a very good reason, that I also understand, but we need to hear him.
Yes, no, I understand, but I mean, for now he's not here, so I mean, it's a matter of like physical presence and agenda. So I don't have his phone number. If someone from the tech can help me at some point.
I'll try to give him a phone call. And in the meantime, I can pass him.
Okay. In the meantime, maybe we can ask François to. Maybe you had a question. Sorry, I don't know your name. Standing next to François, but you had a question as well? Yes, okay. So I think you were first actually. No.
Okay. Goedemorgen iedereen. Ik ga het gewoon in het eenvoudig Nederlands houden. Hè. Ik ben net zoals Heike uit Gent ook nieuw lid. En waar ik eigenlijk een vraag over heb... Pas op, ik sta volledig achter het idee, niet links, niet rechts. Hè. We moeten inderdaad pragmatisch denken en dergelijke meer. Nu, ik ben Gunther van Hout, verkozen gemeenteraadslid van Vooruit in Lebbeke, maar nu onafhankelijk en lid van Volt sinds enkele weken. Nu vanuit... Ja, moment. Ik heb nog niks gerealiseerd eigenlijk in die tijd. En dat is mijn probleem. En daar wil ik eigenlijk even op inpikken. Ik zit inderdaad 5 jaar in de gemeenteraad als lid van Vooruit, waarbij dat je eigenlijk stemmen kan omzetten. Je kunt je eigen ding niet doen, want je bent gebonden aan partijlijnen. En je bent links. Punt. En vanuit dat linkse standpunt zijn je ook verkozen als gemeenteraadslid in een meerderheid. Nu, ik sta volledig achter het idee dat je pragmatisch moet denken over problemen, ook op lokaal niveau. Maar hoe gaan die lijnen zijn vanuit nationaal, Europees zelfs, dat je zegt van ja, wij profileren ons niet links, niet rechts, wij zien naar onderwerpen toe. Hoe gaat het dan eigenlijk ooit, ik zal maar zeggen, in een meerderheid geraken? Hè? Want mensen gaan zeggen van ja, als je je draait met de wind afhankelijk van onderwerp, dan gaan wij er u nooit niet bij nemen, want we kunnen eigenlijk niet op jullie vertrouwen. Als je begrijpt wat ik wil zeggen. En daar is eigenlijk mijn vraag nu, van stel ik zit nu in de gemeenteraad als onafhankelijk, ik mag mij eigenlijk in deze legislatuur nog niet profileren als nieuwe fractie zijnde Volt, officieus wel, maar goed. Maar nu ga ik in de meerderheid kunnen zeggen, ja, nu stem ik een keer links mee of een keer tegen. Maar dan gaat er een breuk kunnen ontstaan. En ook op hogere niveaus, nationaal bijvoorbeeld, stel dat je een verkozene krijgt. Hoe zien jullie dat? Wat zijn er al richtlijnen, visies rond en dergelijke meer? En, een praktische vraag misschien te vroeg nog, maar goed, daar zit ik dan wel mee.
Dankjewel, Gunther. Ik zal in het Nederlands antwoorden, in het Engels antwoorden, zodat iedereen kan het verstaan. So Gunther was asking, what is the vision about aligning politically on different topics from different levels, like the local, regional, federal, and also European? I think there's two aspects. There's on one hand the party vision, and there's also my personal vision. I'm very happy to share you my personal vision, but I think later on I definitely also have to talk about the party vision. So my personal vision is, again, that we really stick to this idea of thinking European, act locally, meaning that we want to convince with ideas. We want to convince with our actions that we have done. We should not convince people should vote for us because we have Volt and a purple t-shirt. No, we want to convince them and gain their trust because we have done it already in Frankfurt, in Bonn, we have done it in Maastricht and other places. And that's where we take our best practice approach. We say, okay, social living like in Vienna, biking like in Antwerp, green spaces like in Barcelona. I've seen some fantastic campaigns and participated myself where people with big boards on their body were walking around to say like, this is our idea. Don't vote for us because of our name or persona, vote for us because we have good ideas and we're convincing with ideas. So I think that's what politics should also be about, ideas. Now, when it comes to the party vision, we have, of course, lines that we need to work with. So on one hand, we have the European Party Program. The Volt General Assembly decides on that party program and also on our vision for the long term. And then this gets transposed with new ideas and more traceable ideas towards the federal, regional, and local level as well. So we have done an extensive project of building a federal and regional program also here in Belgium. We have included external people in the idea phase and then voted internally. And so that will be our, let's say, lines that we need to work on. But again, for the local level, we also need to build a local program. So I think that's why the board has elected or nominated Patrick Lusine as a third campaign lead to really focus on building local communities and to work out with them a framework to work on the programs for the local level. And once elected, we have an elected officials office on Volt Europa, where on a frequent basis, all elected officials come together to exchange ideas, to exchange challenges that they are facing, so that you're not alone. Even if you're the only member of the council, you're not alone. We have a lot of elected officials across Europe, and we have a lot of great ideas and projects that we have already succeeded so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, Sophie, and afterwards we'll give the floor to François, and afterwards also I would like to have, I know, but I would like to have an answer from Jan. We'll be connected in a few minutes, and we couldn't be connected earlier due to some issues. Sophie, please, you have the floor.
I actually don't have a question to Carlo. I have an answer to Günther, but I don't know if this is the right moment.
Maybe later on, but if you have a question to any of the candidates, because we are running out of time,
I think. To respond to what Günther said.
Yeah, then yeah, if it's not too long and we don't engage in a conversation, but yes, please. And in Dutch also, so that we...
I'll try and be short, but it's always difficult to give a member of parliament a microphone, so... Ik zal in het Nederlands antwoorden. Voor wie mij niet kent, mijn naam is Sophie In het Veld. Ik ben lid van het Europees Parlement. Sinds vorig jaar juni lid van Volt. En daarvoor ben ik 30 jaar lang lid geweest van D66. Wat u misschien bekend is. Iets wat vergelijkbaar met Spirit die ooit heeft bestaan. En de vraag komt mij heel bekend voor. Aangezien we daar in D66 ook jaren, decennia lang discussies over hebben gehad. Van, we zijn niet ideologisch, we horen niet bij een bepaalde politieke stroming. We willen ons niet vasthangen aan een stroming op een partijspectrum. Maar dat wil natuurlijk niet zeggen, het woord pragmatisch betekent ook niet dat je geen opvattingen hebt of dat je geen kleur hebt. En ik denk dat het wel degelijk nuttig is om aan te geven waar je ongeveer zit in dat spectrum. Ik denk dat als het over waarden gaat, dat we dan onverkort progressief zijn als Volt. Als je dat links wil noemen, mag dat. Maar ik vind nog steeds dat links en rechts economische termen zijn. Wat betreft economische opvattingen denk ik dat het gedachtegoed van Volt nog verder ontwikkeld kan worden. Maar zit duidelijk ook aan een progressieve kant, maar wel met een liberaal randje, zou ik maar zeggen. Maar ik denk dat het wel belangrijk is dat we die identiteit wat meer inderdaad naar voren gaan brengen. En het heeft in Nederland heeft het D66 nog nooit verhinderd om in een coalitie te zitten. Sterker nog, als je zegt we zitten op het midden van het politieke spectrum, we zitten niet op de ene vleugel of de andere, heb je meer mogelijkheden tot coalities en ben je vaak zelfs een kingmaker. Dus ik denk dat het wat dat betreft juist voordelen heeft. En tot slot, ik denk dat mensen eerlijk gezegd snakken naar een partij op het midden. Van vleugels hebben we inmiddels wel genoeg gezien. Het polariseert steeds verder. Ik denk dat een terugkeer naar het midden, dat op dit moment iets is wat echt beantwoordt aan waar mensen op dit moment behoefte aan hebben.
Dank u wel, Sophie. And now we give the floor to François.
Good morning, everybody. My name is François. I'm from Brussels. Until 3 weeks ago, I was still on the board as 5th board member, not anymore. And one thing that was mentioned already today was accountability. And for those of you who are new, in October of 2022, we presented our roadmap for the 2024 elections. And in that document, there were a few targets. And let me just share with you the targets. By the way, in the WhatsApp group, I just shared some screenshots of some of those slides in terms of seats that we're targeting, the number of members we wish to have, as well, this is other information, I'll give it to you. It's like fundraising targets, and also the fact that we wanted to create coalitions. So let me just summarize the current state of affairs. By now, in March 2024, we were supposed to have around 700 members. We are roughly 250. We were supposed to have raised by April 2023 150,000 euros to hire an FTE. That target was not met. Meanwhile, Volt Europa had 150,000 euros for us to hire an expansion lead. For a whole year, we had the budget. We didn't hire anybody. Yes, and then lastly, we were supposed to form a coalition with like-minded parties. During the whole 2 years where I was on the board, Carlo has spent innumerous hours and emails exchanging with an anarchist called François Jean-Jean, and also with a separatist movement called Vista and Pro. Those two partnerships both fell through, and we stand here today alone without any coalitions going into the 2024 elections. So, I have two questions. One regarding your future tenure, because you're probably going to be elected. And the second is after October. So let me go for the first question. So, first question is, are you going to continue making promises you cannot hold to us and to our members? That's the first thing during this new tenure you're going to go into. Second, the targets that we had were mostly aimed at getting elected at the local level in October, because we know that the conservative nature of politics in Belgium would really very hardly allow us to get elected in the June elections at the European, the federal, or the regional. Everything we're doing right now is to get exposure so that our local candidates in October can get elected. And we were targeting 10 local people elected in October. My question is, if we get less than 3 people elected in October, will you reorganize a vote so that we can vote for a new leadership for our party after the results, if they're really too far away from the targets we have set ourselves? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question, François. Carlo, you have the floor. Since we have also 2 other questions, please make it short, and we'll have also, now we have Jan Joris, welcome. So yeah, please answer, and then we'll go forward.
Thank you, François, for the questions. I would like to, welcome to have those questions during the board over the last 2 years. I think we can be very proud of having succeeded so far. We have 350 members at the moment. That's, of course, not as far as we would have liked to, but we are, in the end, also just volunteers. And I think me as a co-president, I can, of course, bring ideas and work really hard to get those ideas done. Whether we do it or not is sometimes not always in our personal capacity to decide or work on, right? So, for example, we saw in Belgium, we are talking about monoliths of parties who are getting 60 million euros a year. Well, yes, we wanted 150,000 euros to fundraise to have full-time employees. Well, it didn't work out. Is it bad to say, let's not move on, let's drop everything? No, it's quite the opposite. We say we succeeded a lot. We are having a lot more members. We are getting funding now, and we are able to organize big projects, like, for example, the General Assembly. So thank you also all for believing and also participating and contributing to those projects. And moving forward, I can only say if the General Assembly decides so, then that's of course possible. But in the end, a mandate is set through our statutes for 2 years, so that will be also the timeline foreseen. So that's all I want to answer now.
No. Maybe later on, but we are unfortunately we are running out of time, and I would like to make it a bit quicker so that we catch up maybe with the time. First, welcome to Jan Joris. Welcome among us, and I don't know if anyone who had a question for Jan Joris would first like to yeah. So, are you still among us? Yeah, right. Maybe you can announce yourself. Who is muted?
Yeah, that's okay.
We are muted. So
we are muted.
yes.
Everyone is muted.
Ask him.
Okay, thanks. Yes, technique sometimes. So now that you can hear me, please, Jan Joris, present yourself shortly, and then we can have a few questions for you. We'll then have a couple questions online to both of the candidates, and that will be it for the co-presidents. Please go.
You're on mute.
You are muted still.
Now, I muted ourselves too. You're on mute, Jan.
But you can. Yeah. So Janusz, you are muted currently. No, but don't mute us because I can't just stop speaking.
Hello. Try again. Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. We got contact. I'm so sorry, first of all, to not be there in person to meet everyone vis-a-vis. I'm Jan Joris. I've worked for the Socialist Party in the Netherlands for a long time. I work for the ministry. I'm a specialist in colonial history, European colonial history, and how to deal with it in the present time. I've been living here in Brussels for 25 years, and I've never really picked up my old political engagement the way I used to work in the Netherlands. And Volt seemed to be a connection that I felt has great potential and has the width and the breadth to extend my experience with both political and personal. So I'm really a newcomer in this field at Volt, but I think I have the experience in fundraising, in promoting, in creating networks with a historical perspective that might add something to the mix. Hello?
I'm muted.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
To prevent echoing.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. So now, if we have any question for you or for both of the candidates that were asked before, please, yeah, raise your hands. Yes, André, then.
Okay, hello Jan, I'm André, I'm the city lead for Leuven. I got a question for you. You applied for 2 jobs on the board, a co-president and 5th board member. What would you do if you were elected for both?
Well, that's not likely. Bram is a great policy specialist, so I think he will be supported in continuing his function. But it was primarily to see for the co-presidency. I like the co-element of it in the sense that I'm a really good structural supporter, and I am a problem solver on every level. So I was trying, don't want to be immediately into the first position, to present myself as the co-president.
Thank you, Jan, for your answer. Erika, you had a question earlier also to Jan.
Yes, Jan. I am not very happy that we are facing an all-male board for Volt. So you would be a co-president without a co-president, with other colleagues who are of the same sex as you. So what would you do about that?
Well, there's always 2 elements. There's an element of chance. I mean, if you flip a coin, head, tail, 50% chance. So there's also a possibility that there's a board with 4 women rather than 4 men. But it's very unfortunate, and I would really like to see that there's a proper representation of the community in its broader sense. So I would definitely keep looking for, and I'm willing to take a step back if there is finally the opportunity to create a better mix of representatives.
Yeah.
But I think there's a misunderstanding because there are two positions, one male, one female, and the female is vacant. So you can be voted and the female is still vacant. Just to clarify that.
I understand. And as I said, if there would be someone presenting themselves, a woman, for that position, I am willing to step back. Because for me, it's more important to have a proper representation than to hold on to a power station.
Okay. Thank you, Jan. Yeah. Can you please clarify this point?
No. So,
sorry.
hi, Jan. This is Joanna. I'm the current co-president. I mean, until today, the female one. And I mean, I think just I see in the audience that just to clarify that we have a co-position, not to have, let's say, any gender in front of the other, but really to make sure that everyone works together within the board. So I think here the question that Erika asked is more targeted to the concrete actions that if you're elected as co-president, you can undertake to ensure that, well, first, someone is found, but also in the future, how do we make sure that there will always be a close to near equality on this board? So if you have any insights on that, I think it would be really appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yes, no, as I said, it is always admirable to try to achieve a proper representation of the different sexes. But there are always possibilities that through chance, mere chance, there are more or less men or women. But at this particular point, I would really like to address the Volt members to take the responsibility also that they have to make sure that there is a proper female representation. And I would address them personally, send them emails to really, really pressure them to please step forward and take that co-presidency.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. We have one last on-site question by Mauro, and then we will forward it. We'll forward it by two other online questions, and then we will close the co-president's debate.
Voilà, je pense qu'on est devant un problème. Le problème, très simplement, de ne pas avoir un deuxième coprésident. Mais alors, si j'ai bien compris, on ne peut pas avoir un deuxième coprésident de genre masculin. Donc, on ne peut pas. Non. Et donc, il faut résoudre ce problème. Est-ce qu'on est dans la position de pouvoir le résoudre aujourd'hui? Par exemple, avec une prolongation d'un mandat plutôt que des autres solutions. Il faut être extrêmement pratique. Au lieu de laisser un trou, il faut trouver une solution. Voilà. C'est bien de débattre, mais on n'a pas de candidat. Alors, il faut trouver une solution. Et comment la trouver?
On ne peut pas maintenant directement demander déjà dans le groupe de tous les représentants qui sont là, où il y a peut-être quelqu'un qui veut se présenter, comme vous avez proposé déjà mi-temps ou temporaire, déjà pour compléter cette roue.
Thank you, Jan. I think we are done with the on-site questions. So now we'll move to the two online questions we have. One is from Emmerich. Sorry. Yeah, Annie.
Okay.
Yes, right. First from Annie. Please ask your question.
Hi, thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Anne. I live in the north of Antwerp, and I, as a woman, feel compelled to speak here. 20 years ago, I was an assistant to an MEP, and I agree with the other women speaking here. As the board seems to be incomplete, I was wondering if there is a solution possibly to vote today for a temporary status of all the participants in this election, that they would get a mandate not for 2 years, but until the end of this year, until the end of 2024, and that we could have at least the possibility to have new elections for the board, a new board to start in January 2025. That would be my suggestion to solve the matter of not having female representation. Thank you.
Dear, good morning. Hi, thank you so much for your proposition. Do you suggest all members of the board to be re-elected, or just the position that is absolutely necessary to have a proper representation of men and women?
No, I would propose for the full board to be re-elected towards the end of the year, because this is a crucial year. And as I noted with other speakers, they also made an appeal or a proposal to have people step down if in case of bad results or in case of not reaching targets. So I'm also a little bit disappointed, I have to say. I'm a new member. I've been flying in Antwerp, and that's it. But I need to also feel enthusiastic about the pragmatism in the group. So I just thought about coming with this pragmatic proposal and put it up for a vote if that is legally possible within the statutes, because I'm not aware of that.
So, thank you, Annie.
Sorry, Anne, can I ask you an impertinent question, please?
Go ahead.
You seem to be very capable and have loads of experience already in the field. Would you make, is there a possibility of proposing you for this co-presidency ad hoc?
I was already starting to encourage Johanna, Erika, or Pauline, who have far more experience within the internal structures, to put up their candidacies. But I have to admit, I'm a single mom. It's not easy to participate. If this requires frequent travel to Brussels, if this requires a lot of proper own money to be invested, it's not gonna be possible for me. Another thing which I think is very urgently needed is for paid coordinators. And so I really want to congratulate all the people that have spoken so far about doing all of this on a voluntary basis. It's great, but I cannot do that myself.
No, I totally understand. That is
okay. Thanks.
But I would like to continue your proposition of a temporary.
Okay, thanks, Jan. Thanks, Annie. Since we have to close this discussion, maybe first have some elements, if it's short, from Sophie and Gamal, and all groups, and then we'll move forward with this. And feel free to ask also our former board members, our current board members during the pause, or possible applicants and so on. But we really need to move forward. I'm really sorry.
Okay. I would like, after everyone has spoken here, to make some points, because I feel there's some things that I also, as the current female co-president, I can bring also to this discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just very, very briefly, because if we want to be pragmatic, I think that, yes, of course, you should never advocate to ignore the rules. At the same time, the rules are there to ensure, smooth proceedings. Here we clearly have a problem where, incidentally, if we don't elect a female co-president, then we're also breaking the rules. So, and I don't think that this is a question that we should put to our candidate, but first of all to the board and to ourselves. We are here together in the General Assembly, which in my view is the highest body of a party. If the people assembled here agree, then we can find a solution. And the solution that I would like to propose, but of course I would have to ask Johanna, is that we decide here today to prolong the mandate of Johanna, if she is willing to accept that, because that would ensure continuity, and then we can organize a separate election for the female co-lead at a later stage, but as soon as possible, obviously.
Thank you very much, Sophie. I think Gamal, and then we'll have Johanna's answer.
Okay, we are missing one spot. That's we can't re-elect everyone, and change everything for one spot, despite the fact of how important is this spot, how important that we have to secure men and women in our leads. That means, obviously, we need another General Assembly to elect. So we need to give some time for the new elected board to go communicate with each and every lady in our party to encourage them to take the spot and to be well represented. Which means we will need someone to fill this vacant until this happens. With what Sophie just said, which is a very good proposal, I believe, with the agreement of the current female co-president, that's not a bad idea. However, as also Sophie said, if the General Assembly is here, we vote, we make things. This is the democracy. This is how it works. We are here, we vote, 50 plus 1, it's good to go.
Thanks, Gamal. So maybe if it's a very short question, but that's otherwise, Johanna, you have the floor.
Okay, Peter, quickly, and then I will.
If it's only very short, I'm sorry, but
hello everybody. My name is.
It's a matter of time.
Hello, my name is Peter. I'm candidate for treasurer, but I think it is illegal to vote for a co-leader, 2 men or 2 women. Therefore, I propose that Johanna take a time of 6 months till the autumn general election assembly to take for a short time the co-leadership till the moment that another lady can take her place.
Please. Yeah. Okay, Peter, is it? Okay, thanks, Peter. So then we have an answer by Johanna, and I would like also, no questions, no more, sorry. And I would like, if this discussion is furthered, to introduce a modification in the agenda and have further talks on this from 2 p.m. 45 at the start of the political discussion. Thank you all. Johanna, you have the floor.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much for this discussion. I think I agree entirely with you, Sophie. Also, this is the GA where these discussions should happen, and also because, well, now, I mean, I am a woman, I know this is extremely important, and so I'm generally feeling super happy that we have this discussion here in the bigger round. I will, of course, discuss here with the rest of the board, also during the break, what can be done, because I think, I mean, we can proceed maybe to a kind, I don't know if there's a possibility to proceed to a symbolic vote, but I can tell you maybe in a few sentences also why I didn't put my name on the ballot again, because I can assume another mandate of 2 years. Just as Carlo, we have the same, let's say, age in terms of position. But so I've been doing this for 2 years, which has been an incredible experience. I started as, let's say, someone very novice to politics. I've always been very interested. But party politics has been something completely new, and I had actually joined Volt just a few months before assuming this position. And I really loved all the aspects that come with it, the strategic side, the representative side, so going to debates, going to events, I get a lot of energy from that. And also then the more human side, the management, the people management, which I think is so cool to see how over the 2 years, we have new people who came on board, and having those one-on-one discussions also is something that really drives me. And so I have actually been doing this full-time, unpaid. So I've been a full-time voluntary. I mean, all here my colleagues have been, I would say, also full-time, unpaid, but I took it on me to do this without having a paid job next to it. So I can extend my gratitude to my parents, who are also here in the room. That allowed me to stay at home and also, to cover the most basic financial needs. But as you might understand, I need to ensure my financial independence also in the years to come. And I have been going also in this last month through a little bit of period of, uncertainty, what do I want to do with my life? So maybe some of you who are very new might not have seen me, and that is very logical because I have been a bit less active. I've been much more in the back office than on the streets, and had I been in another state, I would have gone in the streets, so I just want to make that clear. I think as regards Sophie's proposal, I think I am open to the idea to continue until we have someone new, because I am also not personally sure to be there in Belgium the next 2 years, and also for me, as a sake of transparency, of not assuming a mandate and then quitting halfway through, I didn't put my name on the ballot. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to do it, or that I am not happy with the position, not at all. It's really also in the sake of transparency. So I've already shared this with my colleagues on the board, that should there be a need for someone, at least until the June elections, then I'm happy to step in. But of course, I don't want to do this based on my own decision or on the board. That is, of course, something that the GA, the General Assembly, so you, everyone here, needs to agree on. But just to have so you have a little bit more of context as well, should we proceed to a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johanna. Thanks a lot for your explanation and answering these very much needed questions. We will end the debate on the co-presidents with one question from Emeric. No, sorry. We will have only one last question from Emeric, which is targeted to Carlo. How would you go about the finalizing the collection of signatures? It's to you, I think.
Could you please repeat the question?
How would you go about the finalizing of the collection of signatures?
So I've been very adamant that from last autumn on, we should pursue as a first priority the signature collection of citizens. That is because in the end, we need to have voters. Right? So it doesn't matter if you have a list, but if no one is aware of you, there's no vote. So that's why I was very happy also to be in the very first line to propose every week to go into the streets. I've been at times 3 times a week in the streets, flyering, talking to people, asking for citizen signatures. I have, however, also been very clear that we need to never forget the other alternative open to have a list, because for us it's important to be running, and therefore also to explore any other possibilities, such as, for example, the collection of MP signatures. So I'm very happy that in the context of the board, we had several discussions about it, and I think there will be also some more announcements later on from the Polka, from our campaign leads. But I think I will keep it here because I see time is running short. I'll give it back.
Yes, okay. Many thanks, Carlo.
Me and the microphone, that never works out. Okay. Question to both candidates. What are your plans to keep the momentum we have right now running after the elections? So what are your plans for the next 5 years before the next elections are
okay. Ulrika, I'm sorry, because I understand the question, but it's also very vast, and we are way behind schedule. So I suggest we ask this question later, maybe during the coffee break or with a call with Jan. Yes. First, I will remind everyone here, but I think we've been reminded quite a few times in the past minutes, that the position for female or diverse co-president is still open. So please, to everyone here, make sure to incentivize women in your surrounding that may be a volunteer but still, you know, hesitating, or people that didn't think about it, or women that didn't think about it, but maybe also interested. Please do it. I think it's also how Johanna got here, because someone asked you, and you said, "Why not? I'm ready. I'm eager to tackle the challenge." Yeah, it was Olivia. So many thanks, Olivia, for our current co-presidents. But yes, I would like to end this on a more formal note, saying it's still open. We can still discuss this topic afterward during the day or during the coffee break. But the position is open, and please, if you have any idea, if you have any people in mind, do whatever you think possible and whatever you think needed to have candidates. We won't take any more questions here. We've taken too much. So now I would like to give the floor to our candidate for the position of SecGen. Secretary to the board. Jesper, please.
All right. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, I am Jasper Kozemans. Goedemorgen. I'm from Antwerp. I am currently the secretary of the board, and I'm applying today to be re-elected to the same position. I joined the board just 1 year ago, because 2 years ago Manon was elected as secretary, and I filled her shoes when she decided that it was time for her to move on. And I joined this board because I could see that it was on a project which is called the 2024 elections, both in June and in October. It's a big project for a small organization like ours, but I could see a direction where we're going, and I wanted to be part of that. Meanwhile, we have written an electoral program. We have achieved many things. We have talked to hundreds, if not more than 1,000 people in the streets. We have handed out thousands of flyers. We have selected lead candidates. We have made improvements to Volt governance. And the thing is, none of those achievements are mine, of course. They are everybody's, everyone who is in this room, and all those people who are watching at home or not able today. But I'm very proud to have been part of the board that has given the framework to all of this. And the project is not done yet today, because we have a board election today, but the election is only 3 months away. So I would like to stand again to provide that continuity and to take that project to the finish and to go all the way to the end and to turn the dreams into a reality. And for that, I brought my newspaper, as you saw, because last week Rutger Bregman presented a new book. I haven't read it yet, but he gave an interview in De Morgen. And his book is about moral ambition. It's about encouraging people to do something morally valuable with their life, to spend their life, their time, their talent on improving the world, instead of on a job which is maybe not gonna have a big impact. And the interviewer asks him, there are people who think that good intentions are good enough to serve a good cause, but you call those people noble losers. To which Rutger Bregman replies, and I'll say it in Dutch to stay more true. Ja, ze staan zogezegd aan de goede kant van de geschiedenis, maar krijgen in het hier en nu niks voor elkaar. Om echt het verschil te maken, moet je strategisch denken, coalities smeden, geldstromen analyseren, macht opbouwen, op het beleid wegen. Effectieve idealisten zijn radicaal in hun doelstellingen, maar doelgericht in hun uitvoering. So to translate it to English very quickly, so yes, they think they are on the right side of history, but in the here and now, they can't achieve anything. And to really make a difference, you have to be strategic, you have to forge coalitions, you have to analyze streams of money, you have to weigh on policy. And then he says the most interesting bit, effective idealists are radical in their objectives, but they are targeted in their execution. And that's what I would like to bring to Volt, to be targeted. We are all idealists here. We share many ideals and we have great policies. We need to talk about them more. We want mobility, that connects people, not that pollutes and causes traffic jams. We want a democracy that works. We want a political culture that will bring us a government that works. But to get there, we have to be pragmatic. We're not going to win an absolute majority in parliament, and that connects to the question that Günther asked earlier this morning. So let's be targeted. Let's see what we want to achieve, what we really want to do, and let's win. And I don't want to be a noble loser. I don't want to be a noble loser today. I don't want to be a noble loser in June or in October. Let's be an effective idealist.
Thank you very much, Jasper. Since we are running out of time, 2 questions. André?
Om te beginnen, dank voor de inspiratie. Dat boek moet ik zeker gaan lezen. Ik ken Rutger Bregman uit een andere context. Dus ik kan het zeker aanbevelen. Ik heb een hele praktische vraag. En eigenlijk had ik die vraag ook aan Carlo willen stellen. En ik ga hem ook aan Bram stellen. Volt heeft de policy om niet functies te stapelen. Not stacking functions. So the policy is that you do one job and you do one job only and you do it right. 3 of the candidates for the board are also lead candidates for a list. So my main question is, if you were to be elected, would you step down from the board? Would you not take your seat for where you're elected from, or another solution?
Yeah, thank you, André. So indeed, I am also a candidate in the federal election, and it is clear that if I were to be elected to parliament, I would automatically step down from the board. Yes. Is that an answer to your question? And I understand completely that it is far from ideal to combine the two. So to be in the board and also be a candidate in the election. It is a difficult combination, both time-wise and also it could lead to conflicts of interest, which is also a reason why we installed an election task force to actually lead the campaign and to ensure that conflicts of interest between board and lead candidates are kept to a minimum. And yeah, I absolutely agree. It's not ideal. So if I get elected in June to parliament, I will step down from the board. If not, I will continue, and I do not have any ambitions for the local election in October.
Okay, many thanks, Jesper, for this clarification and for this answer. Maybe if we have another question, a woman would prefer. Okay, if not, then we will go on to the debate for the other position, the position of treasurer. So we have 2 candidates here. We have Peter here, and we have Martin, who is here actually. So please, you two, come up. Please. No, we want to have the 2.
I mean, I don't want to per se start. I'll leave it to the moderator.
Okay, perfect. Okay, then. So yeah, please start. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I will keep it short. As a treasurer, you're supposed to be also very effective and pragmatic as well, so that suits me. I'm Martin. I'm the treasurer since 2022, and yeah, since then I think we can be quite proud about what we have achieved as a board altogether in the terms of financial stability of the organization. I mean, we have implemented with Club Collect a electronic membership fee collection system and donation collection system, which has really made all of these processes more effective. We have introduced a new membership tier system, which basically means that we are much more autonomous now as an organization because we enable members to pay more or less depending on their personal financial situation and their willingness to contribute to the organization. We have also applied to projects from Volt Dare, from Volt Europa, to gather additional funds for events, for example. And we've also been doing fundraising. And I agree there with Francois, we could have done a lot more as well, but thanks to the contributions of Francois and also Rebecca, who was not here in the room, we have made a good start. And this is, I think, where we should continue. And yeah, and this all has enabled us to be really on a solid footing now financially. So we have been able to build up money over the last 2 years, but this is not just for the money to lie around on the bank account, but so that we can use it now in our campaign. We can spend it for flyers, we can spend it for social media ads, for tents, for all of these things, and that's what we are doing now. So so that's why I'm here, standing here to present myself for a second term as treasurer of Volt, because I would like to continue with my mandate. I would like to continue to contribute to this campaign, to also kind of implement all of those plannings, financial plannings for the campaign, and to be involved in executing these plans. And that means that we will need to, for the June and October elections, we need to spend what is necessary, and we should also not be afraid of spending big amounts of money. We'll keep it short. We should not be afraid of spending big amounts of money, but we should not compromise the financial stability of the organization in the long term, because as it's been already mentioned also by our co-presidents, we need to think also beyond June. We need to look at the October elections, and we also need to look beyond the October elections and make sure that we are remaining a political force in either case. And I think for that, what is necessary is a smooth running treasury. That's why I'm presenting myself as candidate, and I would greatly appreciate if you give me your vote, and I'm also happy to listen to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Martin. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Thanks for your presentation. Peter Potts, you have the floor to give also your presentation, and then we will proceed to the questions.
I was interested to become treasurer.
Maybe.
But it's very good that he...
If you could go here because of the camera, simply.
Okay. I was interested in the job of treasurer, but for me it's okay that you will do it. Because of two things. At first, you have experience in that, at Volt. And second, I'm more specialized in strategy and organization. Because I can become the fifth member if it's necessary. Elsewhere, I will help Volt from home with the strategy, with organization, with marketing, and so on. It's not necessary for me to have a title. That's not something that interests me at all. It's for free.
Thanks a lot, Peter, for your volunteering, which is very much appreciated, and thank you for your presentation. I remind everyone that Peter is standing for a treasurer, so you're not a candidate for a feeble member, but you are very much welcome to join any team. Then the questions, we will only take two again. Who had another question, maybe? Yeah, François, if you could keep it short also.
Yeah, of course. Martin, congratulations for what you've accomplished during these 2 years. I've seen you grow into your position, and yes, despite the fact that we were not able to
to reach all our targets. So yeah, for those who are online, congratulations for what you've done so far, and congratulations for what we've been able to achieve, even though some of our targets have not been met. I would just like to invite you just to give us a few numbers in terms of how much money we had at the beginning when you started, how much we have now just in terms of membership, and how much we've been able to raise grosso modo, not the exact numbers, but just a ballpark, just so that we can see how much, you were able, you and the board and everybody, we were able to grow since the moment you start and where we are today. Is that something you can share with us?
I mean, very roughly, there will be a separate extraordinary area for the presentation of the financial numbers. But I mean, when we look at the membership income, I mean, we had really low income, about 3,000 euro now, and I think now we have 15,000 around that. So that's amazing. And I mean, regarding to our the money that we have on our bank account, we've been able to triple or quadruple it, including also the expenses we already made now for social media, which is already we quite spent a lot already. Yeah. So. But for the extraordinary GA, I will present then, as it's our legal obligation as well, the detailed numbers for last year, and I will give a bit of an overview about the current year as to date as well at this occasion.
Okay, thanks a lot, Martin, for your question. Any other questions, especially from women, because we again would like to have parity in the questions. Okay, no. Thanks a lot. Any questions also, because we had one for Martin. Any questions for Peter? If we don't have any, okay. So thank you, Martin. Oh, Peter, you wanted to take the floor, maybe? Yes.
I have a short question to everybody of the board. In Netherlands, it's not necessary to have a certain percentage of votes. In Netherlands, we have 2 voted people. Lawrence doesn't, and the second man. In Belgium, we have 5% as a basic line.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that at this moment, the board is not in a position today, and I think will not be in a position in June to have enough votes above 5%.
So
it's not a critic, it's an objective analysis.
Yeah.
I adopt that vote is not possible to let to know to other people who don't know vote very well, to show that let's see the difference between vote, the points and the interest of vote, and the other parties in the middle.
Yeah, thanks, Peter.
That's for me a very something that's very important to have an answer on that.
It's indeed a very important question, but maybe it's a bit out of context for the treasurer debate here. But surely you can ask the question to the 5th board member candidates coming up now. So I would like first to thank Martin and thank Peter for standing up for this position of treasurer. And I would like to introduce to you Bram, who is running also for the position of 5th board member. And also Jan Joris, who is still online with us, who is also a candidate for this position. So I will give each of you 5 minutes, like for the others, and we will later have 2 questions, and then we will move to the break. Bram?
Yes, thank you, Priya. Am I allowed to stand here? Or...
Sorry?
Can I stand?
Yeah, sure. You have the microphone.
Okay. What a day so far. Welcome, everyone. So, as many of you know, I'm already a member of Volt for quite long, like more than 5 years. But this is actually the first time ever I applied to become part of the national board of Volt Belgium. I also think, of course, we are less than 90 days before the elections. That's a quite interesting time to have a board election, let's say. During the last years, so I will not say everything what I've done the last 5 years involved, but let's just say that during the last 3 years, I was policy co-lead in the policy team. During the last years, we professionalized many policy processes in the team. We had also the participatory processes, where, for example, all the members could file IDs for our electoral programs, where all the members and even citizens could file those IDs, where all the members could vote on our top priorities for the national and regional elections. We had more than 30 volunteers who participated in the process of writing our electoral programs. Just to say that we did a lot of things the last years regarding policy, which resulted in good and decent electoral programs that we have now. Of course, I'm now policy co-lead for nearly 3 years, and I think we did together with other people in the policy team fantastic things. But at a certain point, the amount of innovation you can put into it also flattens out. And of course, I think after 3 years, it maybe also becomes time that some new people apply to become a policy co-lead of Belgium. Then regarding the board elections, as mentioned, there are interesting times. We have important elections both in June and October, June 9th and October 14th. And of course, one of the priorities of the new board should be to focus on those elections, have a good narrative, a good communication campaign, a good data-driven campaign to have as good as possible results in both June and October at the municipal elections, and certainly also have a breakthrough, not at one location, but certainly in October, all have a breakthrough in cities, not only in Brussels, but not only in Antwerp, but also in Wallonia, like Liège, etc. Other important things for the board is, I think, impact and building bridges. In addition to having representatives into the parliaments and city councils, we can build bridges with, for example, external organizations, societal organizations, youth organizations. To give one anecdote, recently we contacted the Network of Sustainable Mobility of Belgium, and when I asked if they already heard about our program about mobility, they said, yes, we know it very well. So it shows that Volt already has an impact and that we are known in quite some layers of the population. Of course, many efforts are needed to go further into that. Some last points was important for the new board, I think, is unity. Unity within the party, and also unity trying to unite. We are a pan-European party, but also a pan-Belgian party. Unity within the party, but also try to unite Belgium and Europe in a way to find common ground, to be constructive, open-minded, be always open-minded when you talk to people, because building bridges and find common grounds will get us further than fueling polarization. So 2 last points, diversity and inclusivity, of course, also. I think also the board can play a role, for example, in supporting the European diversity organizations that are present within Volt, like Women of Volt, Volt LGBTQ, and Volt Violet, to also have a presence in Belgium, which makes sure that the Belgian board supports all diversity initiatives and groups that exist on the European level to be also present and active in Belgium. Last point. Transparency and accountability. I think indeed accountability is important, and as a board member I promise to give regular accountability reports, as also board members on the European level do. And last point, be bold, boldness and empathy in decision making. Sometimes we need to make bold and decisive decisions and choose the hard right over the easy wrong, but at the same time we should always be empathic and consider the impact of our decisions on all of the movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Bram. Thank you very much. And yes, you remind us those 2 words, boldness and empathy, very important in politics, especially nowadays that we lack people in Volt or outside Volt. I will now give the floor to Jan-Joris for a very, very quick additional elements if they are needed. For your application as a 5th board member. If not, I will give the floor to people asking questions. Jan-Joris? Okay. We don't have anything to add on his side, so I will give the floor to Sophie for a question.
Yes, thank you. 2 questions, actually. One is very short and very concrete, and it's to you, to all the other candidates, but even to the old board. I would like somebody to put forward an amendment to the statute that we cannot have a change of the board in the middle of an election campaign. Because I would have preferred to spend this day talking politics and talking campaign and not talking internal matters, frankly. Secondly, and it's a little bit connected, and it also ties in with what Jasper said. Oh, was moved there. How do we move from being a group of idealistic friends having a good time, meeting up, having drinks, to becoming a political party. Because a political party is something very different than a group of friends. And you need idealism. Without idealism, you cannot be a political party. Then you're just a jobs machine. But idealism in itself is not enough. And we need a very different approach. If we want to get across the ridiculous 5% threshold, if we want to get the signatures, if we want to convince people, if we want to grow, if we want to have an impact. And if I've joined Volt after I've left my old party because I very strongly believe in the concept. But we also have to conclude that 7 years after the creation of Volt Europe, we have not made the breakthrough. So what would you propose and the other candidates propose to change, not our ideals, but to change the internal party culture? How are we going to become a professional political party?
Thanks a lot, Sophie, for your question.
Should I answer? Yeah. Thanks for the question, Sophie. I think for the first point of the board elections, I agree with you. As I already said, it's an interesting time to have board elections. I think it's not ideal to have those in the middle of an election campaign, 90 days before the election. So I would certainly support such an amendment. Second, indeed, it's very true that, we need to, of course, as an organization, we need a breakthrough. We need several breakthroughs, and I think there are several aspects. One of the aspects is we did many things the last years, which are useful, but we fail to valorize to the full extent. And indeed, I think that by making streamlining decision procedures, making our way of working more professional, more clear, more transparent, and also communicate very clear our goals. That we can certainly evolve to performing better and becoming a more credible political player in the political landscape. I think also, as I mentioned, like building bridges with the society, with external organizations, societal organizations, youth movements. These are also aspects that can help to break us out of the bubble and connect with the rest of society. And indeed, in the end, the purpose is to preferably have representatives in Parliament in June. That's very difficult with 5% thresholds. That's true. But and then certainly also important the October elections, the municipal elections, and there we should get elected local councillors in all parts of the country in several cities as much as possible.
Thanks a lot, Bram, for this answer. Any other questions? Yes, I think we have. We have online questions. Yes. Go ahead. So maybe first one last question on site. So Jesper or no? Okay. So So we will go forward with the questions online then. Yes. Okay. Sorry. So please go on. No. Anne. Sorry, Anne. Another question. So
Hi,
Anne, please.
I'll try to be brief. I wanted to know if it's possible for the 5th member to have female and male representation. In that case, that could possibly a function that I am prepared to volunteer for.
So, if I may give a short answer here. Thank you, Anne, for stepping in. Thank you very much. As we are voting right now on the 5th board member position, the position is not open for application anymore, but the female co-president is, we'll be glad, and I think you can talk to our current co-president, Johanna. You can talk to Olivia, our former co-president, to maybe think about it, think about the challenges, temper what are the pros and cons. But unfortunately for the 5th board member position, I mean, it's not possible right now due to statutory regulations.
Thank you.
Yes, we have a couple of questions. We will only take one question. Will remain. So, I think you had the hand raised first. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm Isabella, a nearly new Volt member. And thank you, Anne, for your availability. And I know that we already talked about it, but I really want to talk about women and equal opportunities in the party. So mostly after the answer to Anne that she cannot run for this position. So I wrote something before when we discussed about the co-president position, and I want to read it because for me are difficult words. Because now we are approaching the end of this topic in the Assembly. So I really wanted to share a reflection for the future board, the actual board, and all of us. For me, it's absurd that not a single woman has put herself forward the candidacy. However, let me be clear, it's not women's fault. Not even is the board responsibility to seek out for women candidates. It's our collective duty to ensure equal opportunities for the outset for women. And what we are witnessing here is a glaring example of gender stereotypes and power dynamics in society. And why do I say this? Because I'm sorry to say this, but none of the potential members of the board have listed improving welfare and equal opportunities internally in the party as a priority. And as we are saying today, it should be a priority of everyone. An example, single mothers should not only be able to attend the General Assemblies in presence, if they are interested, obviously, with help for children here. They should also not face barriers due to family or economic concern when taking board roles. Women should have the opportunity to engage in politics, and it's up to the entire party and to us to develop mechanisms to ensure that equality isn't just a lip service in the program, but a tangible reality. So I am proposing something because for us it should be important to have at least the presence of one woman in the board. I know that there are rules, but sometimes equality is more important than a statute or I don't know which document. So I don't know if we have the possibility to really give the opportunity, at least, for Anne to be a candidate. And at least if this is not possible, please, to all the future board members, you should talk about equal opportunities inside the party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isabella. Thank you for raising the points. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for any more questions. I'm really sorry, Erika, but we are falling really short.
It's not a question.
So yeah, okay. So we will talk about this afterwards. So right now, the part about the presentation of the candidates and the following debate is closed. Since we are behind schedule by 30 minutes, I would kindly ask you to take only 15 minutes instead of 20 for the coffee break before going through the amendments. Thank you very much. Feel free again to talk, to discuss with the current board members, the candidates during this break. I mean, it's also used to that. It's also the interest of having this free discussion. So feel free to ask them and to move forward also with the issues that were raised, especially parity in the board, which is very much needed. Sorry, Erika. And how long? It's open, and we can have a short explanation by Joachim, maybe. Okay, I will give you something, but I mean, it must be, again, very short.
Yeah, we are behind schedule, maybe. But, I mean, I cannot vote for all these men, not because I think they are not capable, but they are all capable, and just endorse that we are going to a very important elections with a board without any women. I am sorry. I cannot go out there and say we are a progressive party, but sorry, our board is only men. I mean, what will people think? Come on, there must be at least, I don't know, I understand the statutes, I understand the requirements, but we as a GA, we could say, okay, today we are only going to vote for the co-president, male, the treasurer, and the secretary. We leave the fifth position open, and then we have another General Assembly, an extraordinary one, in 2 weeks, and then we vote for 2 women on these positions.
Okay.
That would be my proposal.
Thanks a lot, Erika. No, sorry, Peter.
I agree completely. There is a legal.
Peter, I'm really sorry. Now we have to go to the break. We can discuss this, but I mean,
there is a legal solution in the. We can.
Okay.
Oh yeah?
is anyone left in the other room? And if there are, please come here so that we start the parts dedicated to the amendments to the electoral programs. Thank you all. Afterwards, we will immediately go to the lunch, and this will be followed by the presentation of our candidates to the European elections. Sorry, so that we make sure to catch up a bit with the agenda. Okay, perfect.
Hello, everybody. Just a little comment on the votes. Some people had issues before voting. That has been solved now. So if you had issues before voting on the link, please reopen your Google Forms and then you can vote again. And everyone had received a voting token in their personal inbox.
Yes.
Is there a minimum number to be elected in the board? So, for example, the candidates need, for example, 50% to be elected or not? Thank you.
Yes, and we have another question about the voting process. Eduardo, can you please help us with the...
No, it's a remark. I would strongly suggest...
Can I get in, please? I would like to explain the procedure first.
Yes. Maybe we go first with Sophie, and then we will explain the process.
All I wanted to suggest is that we move on to the substance part ASAP. I think that we have talked about administrative stuff for a long time, so let's have some political debate.
Okay, thanks a lot. Joachim, you had an explanation also, I think. He's muted, maybe. Joachim, are you here? Ah, okay.
Yes. So yeah, I think I have some delay because I can hear that there is some delay. Anyway, I will explain the procedure. So first of all, I will tell you that everybody had the opportunity to wait. I need to mute. Everybody had the opportunity to put forward a candidacy, also women. Unfortunately, we didn't have any women coming forward. I think it is a bad thing for Volt. I do agree with that. However, this is how it is now. If you don't agree with this, if you want to have really women as a fifth board member, the only thing you can do is vote that neither of them you want to see as a board member. The person with 50% of the votes will be elected. If nobody has 50%, but 50% selected the neither, then it will be vacant. If somebody had less than 50%, but they were not deemed unfit by half of the membership, they will also be still elected. And the votes are open until 2 p.m. And what else is important is that I have changed small settings. So now there should not be an issue anymore that you are not accessible, that the token, the form is not accessible to you. I put it open to everybody. We do have the tokens in place for a security reason. Is there any further questions on this topic?
If there are no questions about the voting process, I will ask Bram.
I don't hear anything. If you have something, please unmute the Google Meet because I cannot hear anything else. And then I would say if there is no further questions, that we can move on with the agenda.
Okay, thanks a lot, Joachim. Okay, we'll move forward with the agenda. We'll go towards the political discussion, about the amendments to the electoral process. So I will ask Bram to come on stage and explain a bit these amendments. Please go around. Yeah, I mean,
so
has changed.
Very short. As you all know, we developed our electoral programs a time ago. They were voted by the General Assembly. There were many processes to participate, but there is now a second amendment phase where people could file an amendment if they think we need urgent changes in the program with regards of going to the June elections, to the national and regional program. So there will be a short debate on the topics. I will invite the people who propose the amendments to come forward and to defend them. I think the first amendment, sorry, you're going to see,
yes.
Can you open the amendment document maybe?
Yeah, here.
So the first amendment is proposed by Alexa, so I would invite Alexa to come to the front, explain our proposal in maximum 2 to 3 minutes, and then if needed there will be the discussion about it.
Yes,
here's the floor.
Sit because the camera angle has changed to
should I
reasons. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so does this work? Okay. Yes. So my name is Alexa. I'm a member of Volt Belgium since it's been a year. I'm also a member of the leadership team of Volt LGBT. So I propose an amendment to the Brussels regional program in the first main proposal of the third priority called tax justice. So I took the initiative to amend this, the second half of this proposal, the first half being about the job bonus. The second half is a proposal to oblige jobless people after having been unemployed over 12 months to do community work. In my opinion, this measure bases itself on the hypothesis that unemployment is mostly caused by a lack of personal will and is not a structural issue. I believe that it is a rather negative measure and clashes with the rest of the program, which is a very positive vision. So why do I think so? Firstly, a survey showed that in Belgium, 91% of citizens attach importance to work, including unemployed people. Secondly, studies show that the main cause of unemployment is a mismatch between qualification of job seekers and the demand of the labor market. A study of the French-speaking community in 2020 revealed that there is a strong correlation between the level of education and the risk of unemployment. Unemployment level for people with higher education, employment level for people with higher degree education is 89%, 54% for lower high school degree, and 36% for primary school degree. So I took the initiative to suggest a proposal to replace it. If the problem comes from a mismatch between the qualification and the market demand, I think the answer to it is training. So I will shortly read my short proposition. In order to decrease long-term unemployment, we support setting up a training system that is more flexible and closer to the real needs of the labor market, and help companies directly train job seekers for the jobs they need. This will reduce the mismatch between the qualification of people seeking employment and the rapidly changing market demand. This year, Bruxelles Formation has observed a 75% exit of unemployment since they started adapting their trainings to the market demand. This is obviously the percentage of people who followed their trainings. And so I think we should go further and encourage companies to directly organize trainings to fulfill their needs. In conclusion, I think that this amendment fits our values of inclusivity, solidarity, and positivity a lot better than the original proposition. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alexa, for your amendment and for these very clear explanations. Now let's move onward with the second amendment from. Yeah, maybe questions on the amendment. Sorry. None. Maybe from Pauline. Yes.
Hello, thank you. Hi. I'm going to sound really stupid with this question, but it's just a clarification. So what I'm gauging from what you're saying is that the responsibility is a bit more on the the idea of the training is also on the responsibility of the private sector then? Is that?
Yes, I think it's because I took the example of Bruxelles Formation because I looked up and I saw that in the past years the trainings are more focused on the actual needs of the labor market, and I know several people who work in this sector, so it does work, and I think it's a better solution than force people to do community work. Especially because I think this risks pushing some people and excluding some people, or maybe people who don't have a good level of Dutch or French, or people with mental health disabilities. So yeah, I think we should have policies that are empathetic.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ulrike, you had a question.
Understand what is it? And I did not pay proper.
Yeah.
My proposition is a replacement of the second half of the proposition, which is, I mean, I don't know if I have, should I read it or? I have a screenshot of my amendment, so I don't know if I. Okay.
So, Rikke, for accessing the amendment, yesterday was sent out a newsletter, and
I have the time, but I'm sorry.
and I know, but I mean, if it is not present on screen, you can just on your phone download it via the newsletter, and you can read everything in detail.
Yes, but
yeah, I got a question. If Alexia's paying attention.
Yeah, let's wait for Andre's question. Alexa, there is a last question.
Yes. Why did you choose between community work and training? Why not propose both of them?
The first thing is, I thought that my problem was the community work, but I thought it was not a good idea to just remove it and not have a solution, because I think we can all agree that long-term unemployment is a big issue in Belgium. So yeah, but I do have a problem personally, and I do think that the community work, in my opinion, doesn't fit the values of Volt. So yeah, that's why.
Okay. Thank you for your answer, Alexa. We have one last question on this amendment by Erika. And then... What?
The amendment is on the screen.
The amendments, yeah, the amendments are on the screen actually, the first one. So you can look it up, and then we will go forward to the second one. But first, one last question by Erika. And
no, I actually wanted to support the amendment of Alexa, because I don't know if you know that there's a European globalization fund which is supporting workers that are laid off in big numbers when big firms lay off people, and they are able to do a lot of experimental projects with them that are not usually part of unemployment services. And they also have really remarkable results, for example, by supporting people who come from a family where already a lot of people are unemployed, because that also makes that people are not really seeking for a job. And when everybody is addressed in these families to be trained or to look for a job, then the percentage of people finding a job is actually very high. So there is evidence about that. It is it's not just that we don't want community work, but there's also an evidence that this training really helps.
Yeah, I fully agree with you.
Okay, then maybe one very last question. I think we had Martin, and then we will move forward with the following amendments.
Yeah, no, it's just a remark. I completely agree with the points that have been made, because community work is not gonna get people into the labor market. I just wonder whether it could be a second net for those people who really do not want to do anything. And let's not be naive, there are those people around. Maybe if they do community work, they would at least be able to one little contribution to society. So maybe it could be a second net, even though that's now not proposed in this amendment, but could be an idea.
So what do you exactly mean by that? I was a bit, so you mean that, so you're not in favor of community work, but I did not really understand. So what?
No, my point was that basically you would kind of do the trainings, but then there might be people who are like, I don't want to do a training, I'm not interested in that, right? So this could be a second net, kind of, and by this they could make contribution to society.
Yeah, it's true that when I wrote it, I was thinking whether it should be we should oblige people to follow trainings. In the end, I decided not to include it because I know there will always be 1% of people, and like I said, who have maybe mental health problems, are not fluent in the 2 or 3 national languages, and yeah, I do think that we should have more of a universal net, and then encourage people to follow training. Like I said, most people are not happy being unemployed. People who are unemployed tend to have more depression. It's not something that's fun. So yeah, I think encouraging people to and helping them as much as possible. I think it's the best way forward, in my opinion.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for.
Currently, this is the old text on the screen.
Yes. Yeah. The text is actually on the screen, so you may go through it. Yes. Could you please, bring the updated? Okay. So this is the updated version of the amendment to priority number 3. So I think we can now go to the second proposal for amendment by Giorgio Clarotti. Please come here on stage to explain a bit. And thank you, Alexa. Thanks a lot. Warm applause.
I present my amendment, or you present it? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Giorgio Clarotti. I'm a second-generation Eurocrat. My father came to Brussels to work here in 1957, and I'm now doing activities in research in the European Commission. One of the things which I'm doing now for Volt is that with my friend Mauro, who has been the guy who had the idea, is that we are providing Volt with a permanence where they will be able to campaign as our personal initiative. And we've been fundraising. We've taken a risk because we put our own money, but we hope to break even, and we are fundraising to get the money. And one of the biggest blocker I found among my friends, we had 2 fundraisers where Arslan was there and Susanna was there, you can testify, is this proposal as to replace taxes on jobs, 96% or 94%, with increasing the taxes on capital gains for the richer, 4 or 6%, sorry if I don't remember exactly the category. Because it happens that my friends who are there tend to fall in this 4 or 6% category, which would be taxed. I think this is very ineffective because stock in Belgium are already among the most taxed in Europe. We are not taxed on the capital gains, we are taxed on the capital. So if you have stocks which is worth 1 million euro, it goes down to 500,000, so you've basically lost money you are taxed on the 750, which is your average value during the year. Belgium is the only country in Europe which is currently taxing capital, not capital gains. So taxing capital gains on top will just put the pressure on owning stocks in Belgium higher than all other countries. And we just have to look at France. What has happened when such taxes were put in France? Well, all those of us who live in Brussels or next to Luxembourg know lots of French who have come to Belgium to put their location. Many of my friends who are there receive regular suggestions from banks on how to evade this tax. So the proposal is ineffective. You will not raise 2 billion euros per year. My counter-proposal is, yes, lower the taxes on capital, on work. This is really something that should be done, but we can get the money from another source, corporations. 1st of January 2024, one of my personal battles for more than 10 years has been reached. It has been agreed at European level that every corporation, it's only the 2,000 companies who make more than 750 million euro in the common market, will be taxed at least 15%. That is a 10-year battle of some activists. OECD has now stepped in. Europe had decided 5 years ago, but then America said we will not do it. So we needed to wait for Biden to come. It's now a law as of 1st January 2024. But there is a 10-year grace period during which the tax is going to be accepted. Now, I cannot understand why you give 10 extra years to the multinationals. My proposal for vote is tax them now. So very easily, you get into power at a federal level, I hope. Belgium becomes the first country in Europe who says the 10-year grace period is just not going to apply in Belgium. It's a directive. Colleagues who are there can understand. Belgium can just apply it earlier. And my estimation, based on figures from 2019, is that that would raise around 2 billion euros a year in Belgium. So, get away something which is not effective, replace it by something which is really feasible, and would be, I think, more effective and ethical too. Apple has paid, you can find it on my LinkedIn pages, you are all my posts, Apple has paid 0.036% on its revenues in Ireland in 2014. And for that, the commissioner said Ireland was given an unfair subsidy to Apple to compete. You're a small SME, I know many of small entrepreneurs who are competing in the IT sector, and they pay 15, 20, 25% taxes. Apple pays 0.036%. That has to end now. And Vote Belgium can be the first one to do it, and then all the others will go. The position of Vote Europa is exactly in favor of such a tax. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Giorgio. Thanks a lot for this very clear explanation. Do we have any questions here? We have two here. Do we have any women who want to ask a question also to bring some parity among the questions? Maybe first, Emeric.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Giorgio, for this proposal. I think it's I think it was indeed one of the pain points I found in our narrative to go to voters that feel already the fiscal pressure, even if they have savings or if they say they already paid on labor and then they need to pay it again on even for the middle class. But my question is to you is very simple. Is you say it would bring 2 billion euros to if you implement this directive early. But how much would it cost, or by how much would we be able to reduce, therefore, the labor tax? Because I have a bit of a feeling that 2 billion euros is a drop in the ocean. Sorry.
Do I get the second question?
No, but maybe answer it first.
Okay, well, I'm just building on the proposal. That's something we're very good at the Commission, is don't change everything. In the proposal original, there was to drop it by 2 billion euros and get it by increasing tax on capital. I said we can get the 2 billion euros by doing another tax. Now, how much it should be reduced on labor, I don't know. I have not looked into what is the share of reducing 2 billion, but I think from what I know that the tax on labor is very high in Belgium. So maybe there is more margin. There is not more margin on taxing corporation. It's around 2 billion, because if not, companies will start escaping in other countries. My proposal, which is a proposal of the European Federalists, so it has become a proposal of the European Federalists, is that the same thing should be applied at the same moment in all EU. Because companies are going to try to escape Belgium. You cannot escape EU. We are still the second biggest market in the world. So I see very much Margot Vestager as being the tax collector and saying, some business are in favor of it, by the way, because instead of paying taxes in 27 different countries, they would pay it only once. And the proposal is 15%, which is among the lowest taxes on, only Ireland has a tax lower than 15%. So it's been thought through. Again, go on my LinkedIn, you have all the things, but I'm willing to take other questions.
Yes. Yeah, maybe you first.
I just have one question. What is the percentage of tax now for corporates in Belgium? Because I have no clue.
I don't know, but I think any entrepreneur here, Mauro, what's on benefits, it's I think it's between 25 or 30%. No?
25, depending on the size of the company.
Exactly. Yes. So the question was, merci. The question was, what is the current tax rate in Belgium? So it's between 20 and 25%, depending on your activity.
So your proposal is to lower the tax in Belgium?
Yes. So in fact, having this for corporations would mean that they pay a minimum of 15%. So the current proposal, no, it's not a proposal, it's the European directive says that the 2,000 companies who make more than 750 million euros on the combined of benefits, that which they make, no, sorry, of business, 750 million euros of business out of the 27 countries will be taxed at a minimum of 15%. I brought you the example of Apple. Apple was taxed 0.03%. So as you say, they are currently effectively taxed much less than all the other businesses because they have fiscal rulings, they have practically what they do is that they bring all their benefits in one country. Then in Ireland, the case I studied, the 0.037% of Apple pays all the Irish health and social system. Imagine the leverage that they have with respect to the Irish government. If you say, if you increase my taxes, I'll go to Luxembourg, I'll go to the Netherlands, I'll go to another country. So this situation is just unfair. It's very difficult for small countries to fight with such big corporations. So that's what the proposal says.
Okay, thanks. I think we had first Jasper, then a question in the back, and then we have Sophie.
Yes, thank you, Mauro, for the proposal. So it is also not very clear to me, like how you get to the figure that you're going to raise 2 billion extra income when today there is already a tax of 25% on revenue and you're proposing to impose a minimum of 15. So this is a European problem, second of all, so we need to encourage Ireland to put the 15% tax in place, and then that will distribute companies more evenly across the European Union. So this is really a European thing, in my opinion. And I don't see how we as Belgium are suddenly going to raise extra money with your proposal. And with regards to the problem of capital gains tax, I do agree. The taxation in Belgium is very heavy, and lots of people raise this as one of their priorities when they talk politics. However, it is also very hard for me to defend the fact that when you are somebody who has to work for that money, you pay somewhere, depending on your income, between 30%, 50% of the income, especially if you already have a decent salary, not even a very high one. If your employer gives you a raise, you see less than half of the money that it costs for your employer to give you a raise, you actually see in your net income. And so on the other hand of the spectrum, you have people who have accumulated wealth, who have money that works for them. And it is very hard for me to explain to someone that when you work, when you do actual work for your money, you get taxed very, very heavily. But when you have money that works for you and you gain income from that, you don't get taxed very much at all. And I think that this is an imbalance which needs to be corrected. On the other hand, I do agree, we should not be a party, we are not communist here. We don't think that being rich or being an entrepreneur is an ugly, bad thing. We need to encourage entrepreneurship. I will round up there, because, and that means that it needs to be possible for people to have the ambition and fulfill it, to become rich. But once you're there and you gain income from your capital, I think it is only fair to have a tax on it.
Thank you, Jasper. I think we had a question in the back just before, and then yes, I think yes. Sorry, unfortunately, I don't know your name. Yeah, right. Raising your hand.
Well, I think the calculation that you say, like if we go ahead now instead of waiting 10 years, we earn a lot of money. Well, we will not be in power now, and so in a way it's a bit fake, I think, to say we will be earning a lot of money because we postpone everything by 10 years. We will probably be only in power by the time when this is established anyway. And it's also, as Jasper remarked, it's a European thing. So if you go ahead as one country, it has clear disadvantages because then companies could move. So I'm a bit skeptical about the part of going now instead of waiting for 10 years to go with everyone else.
Yes.
Yes.
Any answer to those remarks?
Yes. So I can answer these two issues. So where does the calculation come from? It was done in 2019 because through the European Federalists we have access to the people who are doing the taxes for these big business. Most of them are in Luxembourg. And it was the European Federalists in Luxembourg who just made an estimation of how much that would bring. So the 2 billion euro is based on an estimation that was done on 2019, but it's pretty solid. I think that we have a good issue. The fact that it's a European issue, no, the European issue has been solved. Even the world issue has been solved. So United States, Canada, the European countries, Mexico, every country in the OECD will impose a minimum 15% tax on all these corporations. And by the way, I had proposed 1 billion euro. They brought it down, in fact, to 750 million euros. So we're taxing more companies. On the fact that it is not fair, I would say, that people have money who works for them. Yes, we may agree it's not fair. It's just like that for the moment. So I'm very pragmatic. I believe in what I say. I was part of the COVID task force. It's not fair that we gave 2 weeks to companies to apply for being funded for the vaccines. Some were ready, some were not. The big Pasteur Institute in France didn't get any funding from Europe. As a consequence, they didn't leverage funds. As a consequence, there is no COVID vaccine. So it was not fair. But I'm basing on something which is today. If you have the money, banks will allow you to evade the money. I'm not doing it because I'm paid by taxes. I'm a commission official. It would be very stupid for myself to try not to pay taxes, which in the end pay my salary. So also ethically, I think indeed I have made money. It's right that I pay my share of taxes. I'm proposing something which we can put this on the agenda. It will not be us, but in debates, we can put this. Were you aware that there was this 15% taxes that it had been voted on 1st of January 2024? I was, because I've been following the thing, but you are not aware. It's not in the press. So we can put it on the agenda and we can become a party for a European solution to national problems. The problem now is national. At European level, it's done. Every country has 10 years to bring it to 15% according to its own rules. Okay, the Americans will do the same and Canada will do the same. And I think if Trump comes, he will take all the leverage he can not to do anything. We can put it on the agenda. And that is the power we have as Volt. We are small, but we can have influence in the debates, in the social media. I've seen you, Sophie, on TV. You are putting things on the agenda, and that's what we can.
We have one last question on site by Sophie.
Well, it's actually more a remark or a reflection than a question. Well, first of all, I agree with Jasper and Emeric and Sophie, who pointed out that the 15% rule is actually aiming at countries which currently have corporate taxation below 15%. So this is not going to, I mean, here it's above 15%, so it's not going to yield 2 billion, I think. What might help is in many countries there may be a high level of taxation in theory, but it's not being applied in practice because companies get special tax breaks, favorable treatment, and I think that should be abolished in all the countries. But there is a bigger question here, and that is taxation in general. And here we have to conclude, first of all, that successive governments, whether they were liberal-led or socialist-led or whoever-led, have completely failed to reform the fiscal system of this country, which is a disaster. And of course, now we see that the PTB is campaigning by saying tax the rich, which is one element and which appeals to this feeling of people of fairness. But of course, it has nothing to do with really seriously increasing the revenues. Secondly, I hear that the Commission has reminded Belgium of its obligations to meet the criteria of the Stability and Growth Pact, and then we see some parties going, "Oh, this is austerity, austerity." And then I think, look, we're here in the country which, after France, has the highest percentage of GDP, which constitutes the national budget. So you cannot tell me that the only response to budget issues is raising taxes. So we need a complete overhaul of the fiscal system, and I think this is also a task for us to come up with a vision. What is fair taxation, and what do we want to do with public money, with our general budget? Because this is not just about income and wealth. I mean, the income and wealth gap in Belgium is still too high, but compared to other countries, it's not disastrous. But if you see what we spend our public money on, public services, education, which has is amongst the most unequal in Europe. I don't need to mention the bus stops anymore. If you look at access to childcare, access to elderly care. I mean, those are the questions. What do we do with the public money, and how do we make sure that we don't, because this is the issue about taxation. You want to raise taxes, but you don't want to make the burden unfairly and unbearably high. So I would call here also on the new board to launch a process here, to set up a working group, and we have to do it PDQ, as they say, pretty damn quick. Bring together some people who have knowledge of these things and come forward with a vision on fiscal reforms. Thank you. This was not a question.
Thanks a lot, Sophie. Thanks a lot for these very insightful comments. We have one very last comment online by Markus Walter. I don't understand the link. You can, so it refers to a previous point. You can introduce a corporate tax without lifting the capital tax. There is no logical link between the two. Maybe you can bring some comments on this remark.
Yes, I will comment on the two issues. First, to make it very clear. Today, Carrefour, when you go and buy something in Carrefour, when you go to buy something in Deleuze, when you buy a Fiat, when you buy a Renault, when you buy a beer from InBev, they make a profit. On this profit made in Belgium, all these companies pay zero. Carrefour is paying in Luxembourg, Deleuze in Luxembourg, Fiat in Luxembourg and the Netherlands, InBev in Netherlands. So we're not bringing down 25 to 15. We're bringing up 0 to 15. What will be forbidden is this repatriation of capital, which will go. The principle is very easy. If InBev is doing such a business in Belgium, and then the benefits of InBev in Belgium is 0, we tax 15% of your overall activity. So it becomes very, very not interesting for the company to do that. So we are encouraging the company to declare how much benefits it is doing in Belgium and in all the other companies. And of course, companies are furious because they were used to do it only in one country. But this has been passed. This is law. It's very technically complex. We don't have the time here, but I'm here for the whole day if you want to discuss it. It's really something which can be very powerful, but the more it's complex, the easier it is to evade. I'm for much, much simpler solutions, which is either you pay your taxes or you are taxed 15% on your activity, which is enormous, okay? So the companies I mentioned, it will be hard for them to evade the tax. The link, there is no link, Marcus. I think taxing capital is ineffective. I think taxing corporations is easier and much more moral, I would say, on these grounds. In Belgium, where capital is effectively, for the moment, the second most taxed after France. So the stocks, because they don't tax the gains, they tax the simple fact of you having stocks. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Giorgio. Thanks a lot for this explanation. Thanks a lot for this discussion. I will now call upon the two last persons who submitted amendments to the programs. So Jasper first, and eBay also. Maybe if you both of you could come on stage at the same time. Okay. So it will be online. What we will do. Yeah, sure. We will summarize the. Bram will summarize the amendment of eBay come here afterwards because she's not there today with us. For the presentation of Jasper, I will ask you to only provide us with 3 questions overall. So what we could do to have the best question and the best answer also. If your question is related to one that has been asked before, please, don't raise your hands or just add the comments to this question, but we need to make it also a bit quicker and more efficient. So now on the floor to Jasper for the explanation.
Okay, thank you, Brieux. My amendment may be slightly technical. Also, just to be clear, first of all, this is a proposal to add something to the program, so no replacement or whatever. My amendment is talking about how we organize our elections. Today, the system is that ever since we started electing a European Parliament and ever since we started electing regional parliaments in Belgium, those 2 elections have always been on the same day. Secondly, the previous, the Di Rupo government added an extra rule for the federal election, saying we also want to have the federal election on that same day, which causes us to have now on the 9th of June this monstrous election of having everything at the same time, which is, the result of that is that we're talking about all the topics during the same campaign. European elections in Belgium barely get any attention in media, in debates, and etc. I think that this is a bad thing. I think that each election at every level deserves the same platform. So therefore, my proposal here is that we pull those elections apart. How would that work? For the regional elections, we would say let's hold them always 1 year before the European election. And for the federal election, it's a bit technical the way I wrote it, because the current system is, European and regional parliaments, they are always on a 5-year term. So even a government, a Flemish government, a Brussels government cannot, it can lose its majority in parliament, but then that same parliament has the obligation to appoint a new government, find another majority in the parliament for a new government. So this will always be a 5-year term. So let's pull those elections apart. On the other hand, the federal election, a federal government can fall and the parliament can dissolve itself, but the current constitution says that in that case, a new parliament will be elected only to complete the 5-year term until the next day of the European election, so that we will be again in that situation of having all the elections on the same day as the European election. So my proposal is to stop doing that, and when federal parliament dissolves itself, let's just elect a new one for a new 5-year term. which means that we stop having elections at the same day of the European election.
First, thank you very much, Jasper, for this explanation. Do we have any question related to this amendment? I see one.
Also,
André, go on.
technical question. Why was the system put into place in the first place?
Well, there are advantages. I think that there was a sentiment some time ago that in Belgium there's always an election campaign going on, which is indeed, to be fair, also not a great situation. But on the other hand, I think that this is what a democracy should be about. I think having always an election campaign going on causes a lot of circus in the media by politicians. On the other hand, having 0 elections for 5 years on any level in your own country, which is now the case. Since 2019, we have had 0 elections for any political mandate in Belgium. I think that's way more unhealthy, because this also leads to a standstill, obviously, as we've seen in the past years with the current federal government.
Thanks a lot. I think it answers a bit your question. Yeah, we have 2 questions here. Maybe, do we have any women wanted to ask a question here? No? Yes, Pauline, yes.
Oh, I get priority straight away. That's crazy. I really like the proposal. It's not something I've thought about before, so it's very interesting to start thinking about this. I'm just a little worried about the local to global sort of direction that we have involved in the whole idea of wanting to connect all the levels. I feel like if I am someone who's interested in local politics, then why am I going to be interested in this federal campaign that, I don't know, it's more about like the connections. I think that there is something about having like a unified campaign that can also actually be quite beneficial for parties, because then you can talk about the different levels at the same time. I feel like otherwise we're talking as if they are completely different political entities that don't work together. So there's an element of that maybe. Maybe you have a comment on it.
Yeah, fair point. It's hard to disagree with your point. However, I think it's also problematic that we have in Belgium, just to focus on Belgium, we have federal and regional elections at the same day, and already months before the elections, politicians from the traditional parties are linking the two together. If you leave me out of the coalition on that level, then I don't want to be in the coalition with you on the other level. I think this is extremely unhealthy for all of our democracies at the different levels. I think that they need to be respected. Each level is a democracy in itself. And I think that they need to be respected independently, and I think that they each need to be able to work to at least, you're right, they aren't different entities that each sit in their own bubble. They have to work together, it's obvious. But having all the elections always on the same day, I honestly don't think is the solution.
Thanks a lot. Yes, one more question. I think we had 2, so maybe if the other person has had a question answered, yeah, not raise your hand again, or like just add it afterwards. So yeah, please go on.
Yeah, if you pull them apart, the 2 elections, then one of the 2 has to be longer than 5 years or shorter than 5 years for a period. Doesn't it make more sense to shorten the regional election, the regional period to 4 years? So they are right now on the same day, but in 4 years, it will automatically pull apart instead of just decide to pull it apart at one point.
Yeah, this works in the short term, but 20 years later, they would fall back again, because each term, the regional election would shift 1 year to the left compared to the European election. So after 20 years, you're again in the situation where you have the same date. But you're right, it could work, and maybe once in 20 years having the monster election, maybe it's not that bad of a thing either. So I would be open to this kind of technicalities. I think that the important thing of my proposal is the idea that we should not have simultaneous elections as being the standard.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jasper. Emmerich, is it related to anything before, or okay, if you could make it very short then, and the answer as well, before passing to the 4th amendment.
Yeah, I just wanted to very shortly answer maybe also your question. So in Belgium, indeed, it was separated before. It was decided around the 2010s. There was a hazard of agenda that all the elections would converge in 2024, and then they decided to change the term from 4 years to 5 years so that they would carry on continuously like this. And it was like Jasper said, because of the feeling at the time that we had an election basically all the time, that all parties were all the time in campaign, and so there was a bit of a dégoût of politics from the citizens, and that was a bit the solution that was trying to be found. And here, whilst I can agree with the proposal in itself, I think that it's not something that really concerns citizens that much. It's just small parties which are huge challenges ahead when they are faced with these enormous election things on all levels. We are really struggling because we are small, but I'm not so sure that for the lay citizens this is such a concern in a way. So just to relativize that. They don't.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for this remark, Emeric. Anything to add? No. Okay. So that's all good on the side of Jasper. Yeah, just a quick reminder. The votes for the amendments, the policy amendments, will be open until 2 p.m. So make sure to vote on these before the closure at 2 p.m. So in exactly 47 minutes. Maybe, Bram, you could come to explain here a bit the amendment of Ibe come here. I said she, but I actually don't know if it's she or he. So please excuse me if I had made any mistake here. It's he. Okay.
Okay. So Ibe, sorry, Ibe proposed the amendment, but he could not be here himself. So I'll try to summarize as good as possible. In summary, I don't think my microphone works.
Yes, it is. It should be fine now.
No, it's not.
Okay, alors.
No.
Now it works.
Okay. So the reason behind the amendment is that we saw recently that there's quite some violence and aggression on public transport, for example, against bus drivers or train conductors, and also that sometimes people and passengers feel unsafe on public transport, and especially also female passengers who sometimes have a higher chance to be harassed when using public transport, and that results in that, yeah, sometimes people prefer to take the car over choosing public transport just because of their safety reasons, which is of course not acceptable in a society of today, that public transport would not be safe to use for anyone. The amendment, in summary, then proposes a lot of measures to increase safety and comfort on public transport. For example, which already exists in some countries, like an emergency button where you can click on and have immediately audio or video connection with the security agent to have sufficient security personnel on board, certainly in areas where it's necessary. And there is also a second part of the proposal, is to be better prepared on unexpected disasters. For example, to have quicker replacement buses or other replacement services when there is a huge incident on the railways, to be able to maximize comfort of passengers and to minimize the negative things like discomfort or feelings of unsafety. Sorry.
Yeah, because we also have comments from eBay on the chat. So first, he would like to also apologize for not being here among us, as he had a long-standing appointment today at this time of the day, and he wanted to also thank Bram for his explanation. Maybe if we have any question here, okay, please.
Normaal gezien neem ik niet dikwijls het woord, maar hier voel ik mij heel bij betrokken. Want it's part of my job. Ik werk bij de NMBS, de spoorwegen. ben er 20 jaar preventieadviseur geweest en ik werk momenteel in de directiestations. Nu, dit probleem gaan we niet oplossen met een noodknop of dergelijke meer. Er is eigenlijk maar één simpele oplossing. Het is openbaar transport, maak het gewoon gratis. Het Groot Hertogdom Luxemburg is erin geslaagd. Laat iedereen gewoon gratis gebruik maken van het openbaar vervoer. En dan gaat er geen vandalisme meer zijn. Dan gaat er geen zwartrijden meer moeten gecontroleerd worden. Dan gaan de personeelsleden zich niet moeten wegstoppen op bepaalde trajecten, omdat ze nu al schrik hebben om elke keer opnieuw aangepakt te worden. Spijtig genoeg is mijn vader in het verleden er ook slachtoffer van geworden, toen er nog helemaal geen opvang was van personeelsleden. Hij is op 48 jaar op pensioen moeten gesteld worden. Dat heeft ook een serieuze kost aan de maatschappij. En ik denk dat de enige oplossing is, maak gewoon openbaar transport gratis voor iedereen.
Ja, bedankt voor uw opmerking en tussenkomst. Dus ik denk natuurlijk vandaag stemmen op het amendement zoals het is ingediend, maar ik ben zeker welkom ook om te komen ook met een voorstel. Dus ik weet niet of je dat nu weet, maar momenteel hebben we eigenlijk een voorstel dat in ons value-programma staat dat eigenlijk iedereen voor €250 per jaar ongelimiteerd de trein kan gebruiken. Ik weet niet of dat even goed is als wat u... Gratis is beter, maar goed. Altijd welkom om met ons over te praten. En last remark, everyone, if you want to discuss a policy more in detail on the media wiki, you can also find in all transparency all the authors of all the electoral priorities. So for each of the 10 priorities, you can find all the authors. And if you want to discuss something very in detail, you are encouraged to get in contact and to
So we have one question here.
Yeah, hello. Well, I think in itself that would be a good idea. It would be very costly, of course, and I'm not seeing it happening very soon here in Belgium, I'm afraid.
Er zijn heel veel mensen die eigenlijk nu al of gratis of gereduceerd tarief. Dus ja.
I would like the proposal in itself, but I think there's another part of this proposal that would not be solved by making it free, is the harassment part. Of course, that's not solved by making it free. I'm also not in favor of putting cameras everywhere. That's also not the best solution, I think. What might help is a bit more people on the floor to talk to if somebody is trying to harass you. Of course, that's also a cost. It's all a matter of money, of course. But just my idea about making it free will not solve the harassment part, of course.
So we have one last. Okay, any answer to that? So we have one last question from Gamal, and then we will have to go on the break.
Okay, quickly. I think it's very important to think about the safety during public transportation. There is big guides on how to make public spaces and public transportation woman-friendly. Men like me would never understand it before reading that, for example, tunnels, if they are dark, no woman would like to cross it. And based on this fact, maybe they don't want to take a train. If the elevator, which is the only one that is not running in a train station, how could you ask a woman to take a train if she can't take it off from the station where she leaves? So, this is really important. Think about it in that way. Now, this being said, also security around train stations should not be also with criminal profiling. If security comes on a train and all of us in the same train, they would be asking only me if something goes wrong. There is a criminal profiling. That's something also I miss in the proposal, but in general, the proposal is really good. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Kamal. I agree with what was said.
Okay, if you don't have any other comments, I think you don't have comment either from eBay. So I would like to announce that we are now going in the lunchroom for the break. We are running a bit late, but we will make sure not to be too late. So I would suggest that we all come back here at 10 or 15 past 2, and then go on with the presentation of our lead candidates for the elections, for the European election, to finally go on some political, on the political ground. And without further ado, you are free to go. And the vote also, the closure of the vote at 2 p.m., so make sure to vote during the lunch break if you haven't done so before. Okay, you are free to go eating. Yeah, thanks a lot.
One little detail.
If you think you can stand in front of a camera for 30 to 60 seconds telling people why, based on a program and political side, you would like them to vote for vote, contact. The camera is out, the light is out, everything is ready. Just we need you to sit in that chair and tell people out of your heart why they should vote for vote. Okay?
So what's Gamal saying? If you want to be on video, go there. And at the same time, the proposal from Alexa is on the screen right now. So if you want to see what's meant there, and there's also on the Google or on the WhatsApp, there's a link to all the policy amendments again. Have a good lunch.
Hi everyone. Could you please, people in the back, go back to your seats so that we start again. So, I think now I can see. So thanks a lot. Thank you all for staying here. So first of all, so now we have to go through several points. First of all, we'll have a presentation of the candidates for the European election and some very short motivational speeches by three candidates. This will be followed by an update on the electoral list and a discussion by the electoral task force, so Marie and Patrick, who are around here. And following this, we'll have a political discussion, and then the announcement of the results of the vote, and finally, closing remarks at the end of the day. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to ask maybe Joachim, if he's ready, to announce the list of the candidates for the European election. Yes. There's a short delay, but now he's with us. Okay, you have the floor, Joachim. Okay.
Don't hear you yet. We horen je nog niet, Joachim.
So we have a small technical issue, but so first of all, maybe all of the candidates for the European election can raise their hands. Sorry. So yeah. Congrats. So. Yeah.
Hoor je ons wel? Doe je al een duim omhoog?
Is it ready? Ja, dat is ook makkelijk, hè? Oui, mais ça, ce sera après. À la fin, plutôt. So, okay, so he's back with us. Yeah, you have the floor, Joachim. Yeah, go on.
All right, so let me share the presentation then. It's sharing. I hope it's on the big screen so people can watch it as well. And so we did voting. All the members had the chance to vote on the lists for the European elections, both Dutch and French lists. Also the lead candidate for the German list, André. We will go through it now. So first we will have the French list. As you all know, there was a advisory list by the lead candidate. However, one candidate decided to withdraw their application for personal reason, which is not relevant. So in the end, the amount of candidates was exactly the same of the amount of spots we have on the list. And this is the list as voted, which is, as you can see, the advisory list with the change that Niels is out now. And so, all right. So I think there will be some presentation later for them themselves. I will go through the next list first now. So the next list is the Dutch list. And this is the result. I have to say there was much more male candidates than female candidates, as was already a topic earlier today. Therefore, all the female candidates who put themselves forward have been chosen. There was no suggested advisory list by the lead candidates, which also means that the list, the sequence of the list is really made by the members themselves completely independently. So yeah, this is the names, and there is 5 men, unfortunately, who did not make the list because we were short on women to balance it out.
Okay.
And then I think you're also all curious whether André Staes was elected as lead candidate for the German list. Yeah, so sorry, these are the people who unfortunately didn't make it. Yeah, nothing we can do about that. And then he was accepted with 96% of the votes. And
So, thanks a lot, Joachim. Yeah.
As you can see, there is the rest of the German list, because we also need still 6 more candidates. So we need to have at least 7 candidates in total. They will still be chosen if we have enough candidates, together with the federal and regional lists, for which also we need more candidates still, but more on that later. So that's it from my side for now.
Thank you.
So, okay, thanks a lot, Joachim. Thanks a lot. Now I would like to ask the candidates for the European election to come here, stand here for a group picture, and it will be followed by a short speech by our 3 lead candidates, Sophie, Arslan, and André. Yes, we can do it here, actually. Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, the Volt flag and the European flag. Beyond that, it's out of the screen. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's disturbing then.
Everyone, we can also do 2 rows, so people can go behind the chairs. Nou, gaan we erachter staan. En daarachter kun je ook staan. Ik stand daar behind. So we have a nice trapeze. En Arslan ook naar voren? Maar hij is lang. Ja. Jullie dit man! That was a video.
Thanks a lot to all. Now I will give the floor to our 3 lead candidates for a brief presentation. So André maybe first, and Sophie, and then Arslan. If you could stay here.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Better? My name is André, Staes André. I'm born in Antwerp. I'm living in Antwerp. And I studied in Antwerp, here in this university. I studied social and political sciences and also later on maritime sciences. So you can wonder why I'm a candidate, not the only one, in the German-speaking community of Belgium. Well, of course, Volt is a party that tries to strengthen democracy. That's step 1. But what is democracy? Democracy means taking into account minorities. And we all know that Germany is our neighbor, a very big country, a very important country for Belgium. But in our country, in Belgium, there's a small region, Oost-Belgium, which actually is a minority in Belgium. So There are a lot of candidates in Flanders. There are candidates in Wallonia. Why shouldn't there be candidates in Oost-België? Therefore, we started an action in Oost-België. There was some flyering already. We made some announcements in Grensecho. That's the local journal. You know, Oost-België, there is a part in the north, there is a part in the south. Eupen and St. Vith are the most important regions in Oost-België. And Grensecho is the journal that is distributed in the whole area. Now we made some announcements about Volt in Grensecho and to call for candidates, because we think that not only Anne and myself should be on the list, but many people from the area. We are there to, let's say, to announce Volt that we also are there, that we are there for them and not for us. That's very important. Now, next Tuesday, perhaps we come on television. It's a possibility that the German parliament will invite us to take part in a forum, but this has to be confirmed. We're looking for candidates in this region, not only with older people, but also students, younger people. We think that Volt is a party also for young people. And you know perhaps that people from 16 years on are allowed to vote for Volt in June. So that's why we went to the Hochschule there and had a talk and a chat with the students there, and we hope that also these students can bring us some signatures. So for the moment being, we are not sure about the results, but we hope that we can get a result before the middle of March. Thank you very much.
Thanks, André. Thanks for these encouraging thoughts about the German list. Maybe first Aslan.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. I did. I would like first to congratulate all candidates for being elected on the list. That is amazing. Thank you also for being a candidate in the first place. We really appreciate that. And we look forward, as Susanna and I, we couldn't make it today. We look forward to campaign with you. This is it. This is it. For us, as a party, the elections, I mean, this is what we stand for. This is what we want to run. This is the best time of the year, best time of the 5 years for us. We want to run. This is special. And I would like really to emphasize that if you now have some time or not, this is the best time to give your time, your resource, because it's now, not now, never, but it is the best moment to actually give it to the campaign and start campaigning with us. So yeah, if you want to get involved, if you want to personally join my team and Susanna to campaign, especially with us, if you're based in Brussels or in Wallonia, if you're French speaking, don't hesitate to reach out to me or text me or just talk to me. But yeah, let's do this, and yeah, have a good afternoon too.
Thanks a lot, Aslan, and now on to Sophie for the Dutch-speaking list.
Yes, but I'm going to do it in English nevertheless, because I believe not everybody understands English. Sorry, Dutch, yes. Flemish, sometimes I don't understand myself anymore. But no, I would briefly like to go back, and I've been discussing it with some of you already today, to the origins of Volt Europe, because Volt Belgium is a chapter of Volt Europe. Volt Europe was set up exactly 7 years ago, the very day that the United Kingdom announced officially that it was going to leave the European Union. So Volt was very much the response to Brexit, but also the response to the populism that was at the basis of Brexit. And what have we seen since Brexit? That populism has soared even more. So that means that Volt is needed. We need a party like Volt. We need a response to populism, which isn't populism going in another direction, which isn't people just staying away, getting disconnected. We need an answer that gives people a perspective, because sometimes when we look at the world of today, then there's plenty of reason to say I'm getting very, very frightened. I'd like to just close the curtains, pull the blankets over my head, and shut the world out. There's this saying. When the world is spinning so fast, stop the world, I would like to get off. That's a feeling you may have, and that's entirely justified because the challenges are huge. But let's not forget the power that we have, the power as Europeans. If you look back at the history of this continent in the 20th century, and also before, but particularly the 20th century, you can see that we are capable of doing the most horrific things, but we were also capable of great things. And that capacity is still there. We have it. And I think we as Volt, we're here to remind people of that and to give people a positive perspective and not not use the fear factor in politics. It also means change. People don't like change. We naturally, as human beings, we don't like change. There's a saying, which you can only say in English, the only person welcoming change is a wet baby. Everybody else hates change. We're always talking about change, but we don't really like it. We like what is familiar. We're afraid of the unknown. And very often we're forced to change because of external factors. And what we see in the European Union today is that the world is changing like crazy at breakneck speed. And yet we see the governance of the European Union not just being stuck, no, it's actually going back in time. It's going back to the same structures that were set up in the 1950s of the previous century. I mean, we're already looking ahead at the 50s of this century. They were set up for the time when, most women didn't have voting rights yet. There weren't any vaccines yet. We seem to be going back on that as well these days. In my country, I think the first traffic jam was in 1955. National pension was only introduced in 1957, etc. So the structures were built for the world of those days. We need a completely different European Union. And we see that the European Union is getting more and more powers, but it should also become a democratic powerhouse, a democratic giant. And this is lacking. And this, for me, is one of the big missions that Volt has. And I think change, political change, we also need to bring to this country. And I think precisely in this campaign, and at the moment we're trying to gather the signatures, we're becoming acutely aware of how rotten the system is. It's really a corrupted system. It has been designed, and I now dare say deliberately, to block any political renewal. Because it's almost impossible to get in. Now, the thing, I have a bad character. Whenever somebody says that's impossible, then I go, really? So, and yes, it is an uphill battle, but I'm absolutely sure that we can rattle the cage. And maybe, there is still this breakthrough. You never know. A week is a long time in politics, and we still have, from today, we still have a month to go, 4 weeks, to the day we have to submit our list. So let's make the miracle happen. And then one last thing. Now here I'm getting a bit, I don't want to be a party pooper, but we also have to look at ourselves. Because if we pretend that we can change, revolutionize the world, then surely we can also change ourselves. And I think we need to change. And it's been said before, it was said by Jasper, and I've echoed what he said. If we want to change the world, if we want to bring that revolution, if we want to convince people, if we want to make them believe in the prospect that we're giving them, then this group will have to change. This party will have to change. And we will have to operate in a different manner than we have done so far. And that's scary because, as I said, nobody likes change. Okay, we all like to keep things as they are until we're with our backs against the wall. But let's make it happen. Let's show that we have the courage, not to just call for abstract changes in Europe, in the world. No, let's also make change happen in here. I've already seen, massive changes, activity, motivation in this party in the last couple of months. But we still need to take a couple of big steps. But I am confident that there are, a lot of people who want change, that the energy is there, that the conviction is there. Because the one thing that we all share is the conviction that the prospect that we are giving people is the right one. That's what motivates us. So let's use that and let's go. Okay, this either means this is wonderful or shut up, please. Okay, I'll shut up. All I want to say is thank you very much for the support, and let's go out there and just win the elections. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sophie. Thanks a lot for bringing up the motivation to move forward and to dare also new things and changing ourselves. Yeah, I will now give the floor to Marie and Patrick also from the electoral task force to give us a briefing on the work there and also have a discussion with them.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. I'm a little bit stressed out here because, such great speeches of all three candidates. It's overwhelming, so the stress is on me to try to match it, actually. So, yeah, maybe we should, yeah. So my name is Patrick. I knew like half of the room, I think, this morning. Now I kind of know the other half. I even talked to people from Limburg, for example. So that's very nice. That's also apart from Volt, of course, that you meet new people. We even going to collaborate, Erik, isn't it? So that's great. So that's a great thing, actually. I'm actually appointed to the Polka lead since a couple of weeks, and I'm so delighted to be in. It's such an honor, together with Frank and Marie. And I would like first to put my colleagues Frank and Marie on just a little bit on a pedestal for the work that they do, not only the last couple of weeks, but all of these months. So a big up, an applause for Frank and Marie, please. Well deserved, I think. Okay, even yesterday evening and this morning. Okay, thank you for this. Okay, I'm like a member from Volt now for a year and a half and 2 years. So I lived through a couple of GAs now, and I have to say this one is a little bit odd, if I'm very honest. And I say why? Because they used to be so laid back. Volt used to be such a laid back organization. Well, it is changing. It is changing, I think. And it is changing because we are campaigning. We are becoming a campaigning force, actually. We are doing this. We are on the streets, flying. We are knocking on doors, ringing doorbells and explaining what Volt is. We're very, very explicit on the social media and so on. So it's really happening. I think it is happening. But obviously, I won't do that too much. I echo the voices here in the room that we had with several interventions that we need to continue also change internally. And that's why I just gonna, well, here you have a couple of pictures. The real thing, yeah, we're not synchronized, no worries about that. But you see it, happy faces, people doing something for their party, fighting for their point of view in politics. And it works because it's, we are very much welcomed in the streets, that's for sure. So that's a great thing. Like I was saying, I won't voice too much or repeat too much what has been said on the internal structure, but I would like to present just a little thing, Thomas? Show, the structures that we have when we campaign. And so this, of course, you have this, the polka, so that's us three, of course. And then you have like this task force, and that's quite a bunch of people, and that's a good thing because it brings in so much ideas. So this is working well. I like it. We like it. But then we decided to have like just a kind of war room thing. A couple of people, not too much, that decide on things that really go very quickly in these decisions and so on, that see each other much more than 14 days, for example, that you have with the other forums. And that's what we have here now, a strategic team, campaign team consisting out of 8 members. And well, you just see a little bit of usual suspects in this, of course. So you have the Polka Coup leads, you have the board in it, you have the lead candidates of both EU lists, and then we have leads from Antwerp, of course. We have the Brussels lead, and we have the lead from Vlaams-Brabant. So it's just like geographically, there's a little bit of dispersion, and we cover the territory where we are very active with our list. So this would be once again a kind of war room, and obviously it will work within tennis in the other groups. Speaks for itself. So everything continues, but we're gonna step up our pace in the campaigning, and we will do this by also using this group. All right, I hand over to Marie for maybe le moment suprême, I suppose. Isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. So I would just want to reiterate what I had on the first slide, which is thank you very much for everyone who's already been out in the streets, starting the campaign. It started in November. It really ramped up. Starting in the new year, 2024. We've had teams out at 7:30 in the morning every Wednesday at Gare Centrale. So big up to everyone who shows up. As Patrick was saying, so we had a structure that was set up, it's growing slowly, and now we're 1 month away from the deadline for endorsements, we're 3 months away from the actual elections, and that's why we're proposing this sort of core team, because there's a lot of decisions that are going to have to be made much more quickly, and so we're kind of beefing up our campaign structure. This is kind of our own little internal cooking. But so can you move to the next slide, please? Right, so I've maybe repeating some information just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So what, in which constituencies are we standing? So of course in the EU elections, as of 10 minutes ago, we are actually standing in all of Belgium. So that little white bit should be colored in green by now, because we can welcome André as our 5th EU lead candidate, right? So we have 2 lead candidates for the Dutch-speaking list, 2 lead candidates for the French-speaking list, and 1 for the German-speaking list. Can you go to the next? Yep. So also at the regional level, we're standing in the Flemish Parliament and the Brussels Regional Parliament. Here are our faces of our lead candidates, 5 of them, and then 1 more slide, please. And at the Federal Parliament, we have 2 lead candidates, 1 in Antwerp and 1 in Brussels. Okay, so here's where we stand in terms of candidates. Now, to have a valid list, we have a big deadline, which is the 13th of April, because these lists need to be endorsed. Move to the next slide. Voila. And so there's 2 ways of going about this. There's one way which we think is very democratic, and we've been giving it our all. Why we've been showing up at 7:30 at Gare Centrale and on weekends in 6 different cities in the country at the same time, is to basically convince citizens to give us their support to sign our list. So can you click 1 more? Yep. So how does it work? Sorry. So if you go to the Vote Belgium website, we've prepared a beautiful page. We've tried to make it as clear as possible where people can sign, but it redirects us to Martine, the infamous Martine, that's been put together somehow by the Ministry of Interior. So we have to use this government-provided platform to collect signatures digitally. And can you please go to the next slide? It is not working all that well. I've put screenshots of what happens on people's phones when they try to give us their endorsement. In the middle, I've actually put the tweet from someone who's not from our party to show, it's not just us. This is really quite a problem that basically citizens are facing when they're trying to express their democratic right? I mean, Sophie, you alluded to it in your motivational speech. So we have been given tools that are vastly underperforming to the point where we're suspicious this is not an accident. There might be some, deliberate incompetence behind this. So can you, next slide, right? So we haven't been sitting there, on our hands kind of whining. We have been whining vocally out loud. So we wrote to the minister back in January, I think, 2 months ago, and she gave us a very condescending letter saying, it's not me, it's you. Basically saying it's our fault that, and giving us a 10-step list of instructions about how you should go about it. And so now in March, last week, we sent a second letter. We've also collected support from other parties for this one, right? No, no, not yet. The same issues, yeah. Right. So, our interactions with the government are going great. Right. So, can you go to the next slide, please? Right. So, this is, since November and really full steam ahead since January, where we stand, right? So, this is kind of the reality of the situation. We have 4 lists, the one in yellow and in green, where, we're like this far, right? So especially for the Antwerp list, we're missing 40 signatures, 40, 50. That's basically 1 signature per person in this room, right? So we're gonna make it. We still have basically a full month. But we have some lists that we put in purple in this graph where the path is still quite long. And if we didn't get a third to half of the signatures rejected through the platform, we would have already been, 90% of the way there. But unfortunately, given the trends, given how the system works, it's going to be very, very hard to get through on this citizen-based endorsement. So can you go to the next slide? Right. And so that's why, as of now, we have 1 month left to go. There are 2 ways that exist in Belgian electoral law to get our lists supported. So we're trying with the citizens. Of course, we do, relentlessly keep going on this because of the democratic support, because of the, what it means to talk to citizens. But we're also activating Plan B, which is to seriously go for the second route that is also legally possible, which is to ask for endorsement from sitting members of the respective parliaments, right? So this is clearly not our preferred option because it does mean, interacting with the systems that we're trying to claim is so broken, but participating in the election is our main objective, right? If we don't participate, it's going to be difficult to claim that we're a political party. And because this avenue is open, we are exploring it, even though, we obviously prefer the citizens' way, but we're not closing that door. And so briefly, in practice, how it's going to go, it's going to be an interaction between the lead candidates and this core strategic team of the campaign. We're going to coordinate and try to basically approach members of parliament, the ones that we think are probably more likely to endorse us, and have private conversations with them to try to get those signatures. I'm calling out to the crowd and those of you watching online, if you actually have personal contacts with members of parliament that you think you can bring to the campaign, please get in touch with basically the campaign co-leads, Frank, Patrick, and myself, so that we can make this happen together. I think that's it, right?
That's it,
Marie. Right, sorry. The next slide is basically thank you very much, and we're open for questions.
Thanks a lot, Marie. Thanks a lot, Patrick. Now on to the questions. Yes, anyone? Yeah, André, go on.
Quite a simple question. This is about the elections for June. What is your strategy for October?
This is our strategy.
I'm not sure if this is reassuring. Let's see. We are working on that, actually. So it started, actually, when I pointed out to Erik for collaboration, it was about local elections in October. We need a narrative. That's maybe not so easy to do. We are a pan-European party. What will we do on a local level? Well, we are working this narrative, and it works, of course, because there's also need for vote, not only on the European level, national level, but also locally. So we'll do this. And I'm reaching out here. It doesn't stop on June 9, not at all. Actually, for me, June 9 is a step up to the local elections. Definitely is. It's the most important step up that we will ever take, I think, but still a step up for October. So it doesn't stop June 10, definitely. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Any other questions? Yes, here, Giorgio. Yeah.
So not a question, but I really want to rebuild on what Patrick has been saying. If you see how Volt has been developing in other countries, it's always been the same system. You go for European, you get the results at the local. That's how it started in Germany in 2019. That's how it started in the Netherlands. That's what we have to do in Belgium. We have to try our best now on the 9th of June, but we have to use the campaigning in our commune, in our places to make Volt known, to make Volt credible, so we can go for the local elections. And in many communes, at least in Brussels, so the deals are made, the lists are made, so it's never going to be too soon to start at least thinking about it. I know our resources are scarce, so we cannot start spending on communal, we have to focus on it, but really, in terms of strategy, I believe the switchover has to be made the fastest the possible. Still, we go for it now. I mean, that's really the best way to train for a cycling race is to do hard from the beginning, and then you win one in 6 months because you've been doing it. But I really emphasize on it. Look at how the other parties are doing. They are making themselves known, and they already announced who is in fact going to go to the communal. I'm campaigning now, but my real objective is the communal. We cannot be that transparent because the list has not been made for the communal, but it's very important that we have that in mind. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to add, so, I mean, I'm calling, to the audience here. So if any of you has ambitions to be a candidate in the local elections, now's the time to come forward, right? We don't need to wait until June to start thinking about this. And our resources are scarce, but our most precious one is the time of our volunteers. And so I'm really, calling out to you guys who are here because this is what we built the campaign on.
Well, definitely, of course, yeah. I mean, and I think it's a matter of finding these synergies now. At this point, I think that's very important. Leverage is crucial, I think. And once again, June 9 is leverage for October, of course. Yeah.
Okay, when you say now, it means now, yes, now.
Now means actually last week and the week before already. I mean it. No. I mean it, guys. I mean, truly. And we do have people here that actually are already involved in all of this. So it's getting off the ground. It takes a little bit of time, the narrative, the structure, everything, the roadmap also, with very limited resources, of course. Paul Catherine, not so easy, but it's getting off the ground. Yeah.
Those who wish to run for the local, can they show themselves?
I'm not objecting. Yeah. We disclosed them.
So maybe the following questions? No, I mean, yeah, the microphone, yes.
Yes, I've worked in many sectors, private sector, NGOs, politics, behind the scenes always, and also in recruitment. And I think this is comparable to what I once did. I was still quite young, and I was a headhunter. So I was making phone calls between 8 and 10 in the evening when people are at home. And I was just wondering if you're using that strategy as well, because I don't think it just comes from the streets and shouting. It actually comes from phone campaigns. So if we could all gather at one point, and even not, it's sometimes not necessary if I call my own contacts. I can also use your database and say, hey, I got your number through a friend of mine, and I was just wondering, would you have 5 minutes to listen? It can also be during the day, because then we can also target people that are home during the day. And we can, I really sincerely think that we should do extra efforts to include people of all ages and of all races and really target those votes. Thank you.
Yes, we have done, it's happened a bit in stages and in selected geographical area based on people's time, etc. But one of the reasons we really managed to get, where's Ghent? What's the province of East Flanders? East Flanders off the ground is precisely, we used exactly this strategy that we have 3 volunteers who took the list of members. So, you know, people who signed last year and kind of went a little bit absent, and then we called them on the phone and had conversations and try to, you know, remotivate and explain that the campaign is now starting. There's many things one can do without so much time involvement. You know, you can volunteer for a small time-defined task. You can come, you know, flying every weekend. You can, you know, there's so much things to do that we're very trying to engage members and trying to show the possibility of ways in which you can be involved. Yeah.
I think we need encouraging volunteers to volunteer. I didn't mean to encourage the volunteers. I really thought about, hey, I'm 45, for example. I've had 25 years of career, so I have a network. And it's about reactivating networks. That's what I believe.
Yeah, surely. I mean, of course, and we need to do all of this. So we need your input, and we need to scale. That's very important. We need to scale up. So we really need all of you. So it's very important. It could be a decisive moment here. I mean, if you all guys come on board, that's crucial. We still have a number of weeks for the signatures, and then we have this campaign to June 9. It's essential that you come on board. This is a small organization, of course. And we need this leverage. We need people. Yeah. Great idea. Yeah.
Yes.
No, we're also going to, or we have started actually, to reach out to civil society organizations, because you need to build your base as a party. So we started to write letters to organizations, following up. Some have actually approached us, but this is something that we also want to do. We want to do it rapidly, and if any of you have, you know, are part of such a network, please let us know. But maybe one last remark is that we also would like to keep it a little bit, you know, to keep the overview of what's happening, and make sure that, in particular in campaign time, that not everybody is running in all directions, but we're all running in the same direction.
Okay.
I have a very practical question about
Yes.
what you say, this organization. You did put an Excel on some drive about contacts in organization. Can we add things to that?
You surely can, and we will send this out again to make that it grow, actually, so it has grown a little bit, but not enough. And it's an example, to be very honest, how some good initiatives sometimes die along the way, to be very honest. So, but you need also man and women power to fill this list, for example. And once again, that's why we need you. Yeah, we'll send it out again, Sophia.
I just wanted to add, I think it's important Volt gets on the street. I think it's important that we evolve to a party that will listen to people on the street. I will refer to a book of Dominic Willaert on the Denderstreek, the Dender region where we come from. These are important elections this year. So this year, I think we are facing an involvement to extreme right in June. I think we have to be ready for the local elections, and we have to listen to what people have to say. The book of Dominic Willaert is called almost the most things start with listening, and I think that's true. People don't feel understood anymore by politicians, and I think, and I know that's where we can make a difference with Volt. So I think it's very important to start with thinking about local elections.
Yeah, hello. Maybe what would be the best argument to convince like older people of the value of Volt? Do we have some specific points in the program that are making their life better or would help them have
I was planning to answer, but I'll hand it over to the, the leading candidate of the European list, who is just a little bit older, if I may, Sophie. Apologies.
No, last June the average age rose by 30 years or something when I joined. But no, I mean, look around you. You know, we're not all 18 years old. But I mean, I do think that it is a strength of Volt that we are a young party which has been created by young people. It's attracting young people, but it's not a youth movement. You know, it's a party with young ideas who can appeal to people of all ages, because let's not forget, young people will, and I'm sorry if I disappoint some of you, you'll get older too. You know, you'll get glasses, you'll get back pains, you'll get everything. And this shouldn't be so much about, I mean, I don't think the young generations are, you know, a separate species or something. Sometimes you get that feeling. But we all have, I mean, many of us here still have several decades to go on this planet. So we very much have a shared future. And by the time that, you know, I'm going to be a century old, many of you are going to be older than I am now. So let's not talk about your young versus old or old versus young. This party is for everybody who's looking at the future.
So we can take one more question. So who was the first to raise the hand? Kamal, okay.
What are our strategies and techniques to communicate with minorities in Belgium and the ethnic minorities? Have we ever tried to invade Molenbeek, for example? There will be a lot of people maybe interesting to talk to. Other parties, by the way, I don't know if you're following, but they are making communication in Arabic, for example, for Brussels. Half of Brussels speaks Arabic. The other half speaks only English, you know? So that's something we didn't do yet so far. It is, I've been in one of the meetings, you know, there is parties going to the election in the local, in the regional, in the federal, and in the European Union with putting Palestine up front in order to collect votes. I know these people don't really care about Palestine because they have been there for 75 years and they have nothing to do for Palestine. I don't think suddenly now they want to do something for Palestine, but they are taking opportunity to recruit the people that they believe that there is something unfair, unjust happening, and now we need to say enough. So we don't need to do the same, obviously. But however, do we have any way of communicating with these people? Thank you.
I think an excellent question, to be very honest. You want, okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we'll both answer maybe. What I want to say, Gamal, is you're right actually, and once again this proves we need your input. We need your input, and we have to take this input, bring it to a table, make decisions, put resources to these decisions, and do them. That's very important. So that's a very general answer, to be very honest. But I like this input, and we also need a network. That's extremely important. We have to reach out to all of these organizations, all kinds of minorities, by the way, and see what we can do for them. And then they do something for us, actually, and let's bring Volt into the center of politics. I'm sure of that. Yeah.
There was statistics that was published that only 9% of people live in Molenbeek are ethnically Belgians. 9% of all the Belgians that they have Belgian passport are ethnically Belgian. They are not really a minority in Brussels, but maybe because we don't go to the other side of the canal, just we don't know what's happening there. It is something we have to take into.
Yeah, so to answer, I was just going to add 2 points to this discussion. One is, the point you raise about, opportunistically grabbing politically salient issues, I would say, it's not really how Volt operates. Maybe we take the slow road, but we also try to take the high road. And I'd say, as a party, we've definitely shown our support for causes, so for Palestine, but also for Ukraine, for women, by, participating visibly in events organized by bigger collectives, right? So we've marched at the Women's March, the Palestinian March, the Ukrainian March, So we actually make the effort to be present in these bigger discussions, right? We show that we show which side we're on without being so opportunistically populist about it, right? So that's one part of the answer. And then the second part is to kind of go a bit more through the back channel of going through organizations, right, to kind of communicate directly with other organized groups in society. And, it's kind of come up in this discussion that there's probably another place where we need to put more effort because for the moment we've been doing a bit more broad brush. We use our resources where they are and target the targets that are easy to do. And I think as the campaign gets a bit more crunched, we need to go for the slightly harder, more difficult targets and kind of go out of our comfort zone. Yeah, thanks.
So, no, sorry, we finished with the question, but we had one online, so I will also ask it to you. One from Manon Michon, our former secretary to the board. She's asking if the Antwerp region has a strategy, for the collection of signatures. The Antwerpen region, province, I think.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
No, she meant collecting signatures. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's phrase, yeah.
So for Antwerp, we have one of the lead candidates here, but so the graph is supposed to motivate you that we're actually going to get there with the citizen signatures. As I said, it's 40 people left. This is the size of this room, and we still have a full month to do it. So for Antwerp, the two regional and federal, for the Vlaams Brabant list, those are definitely going to happen with the citizen signatures. For Brussels, we have our candidate here. That one is going to require a lot of sweating, but we're also confident that we can make it. So the ones in these yellow and green, we're definitely going for the citizen signature with a lot of optimism. And then for the purple ones, we're doing both legs.
Okay, so to answer a little bit more on Antwerpen side, after the General Assembly, we have an activity, and I heard Xander was bringing some flyers. And as it was mentioned, we need 41 signatures. So I think through flyering, the flyering that some flyering, not too much, but we will also be organizing some flyering activities in Antwerp for sure. And we're activating the team here so that we get there.
Perfect, thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
How likely is it that we will go the Briefplan B route? What is the chance of success?
It's a bit, it's a bit abstract right now, maybe, and we don't have much time. But now we will move forward. No, but
sorry, Emmerich, the only answer I can give you is if we don't try, then the chance of success is 0.
So now I want to move forward and to give the floor to Sophie. Yes.
So if you want flyers, we have a lot of flyers for free. You can take them to your communities, French-speaking or Dutch-speaking or German-speaking. We have German flyers? I don't think so. So feel free to come to me and get flyers that you can give in your communities or to your family, friends, wherever you want to leave them. Thank you.
So, yes. So now we'll have some more time for a discussion, a freer discussion, let's say, about political topics and political issues that are key to tackle here. So yeah, I would like maybe to give the floor to Sophie, who had this initial idea to maybe bring up some elements on what could be discussed on this occasion.
Yeah, but before I do so, I'm looking at our Antwerp leads. I presume that when you say flyering, we'll be flyering on our way to the pub, right? Oh, it's a mystery. Yes. Okay. Well, as long as it involves the pub, it's okay. All right. No. Well, yeah. In the break, there was a bit of, people were saying, "Oh, we have a political debate, but on what?" I would like to propose here that this is the last GA where we do not have political motions on the agenda, because this is what we're actually about. So let's make sure that next time we have a couple of topics, motions, so that at the end of the GA we also come out with a statement saying, Volt proposes this or believes that or has an opinion. But for now we have to improvise a little bit. And there's one topic that I would like to bring to the table, and you're all unprepared, and so am I, but still. We know that, and I've mentioned it this morning, we know that the next government, or even the current one, which with a bit of luck or not, is going to sit for another, year, 2 years, until a new government is formed. Any government in charge will have to oversee the drafting of a new budget and do the long-term financial planning. We also know that the European Commission has made it very clear that the budget of Belgium is unhealthy. Now, we see that the response of the right-wing parties is, killing the things that they always wanted to kill, and now they have an excuse. So it's like a mantra, like a broken record. Oh, the first thing that we're going to cut is development aid, social benefits, funds for climate measures, what have you. So all the let's say the left-wing goodies, and then the left responds by saying, tax the rich, raise taxes, let's squeeze a little bit more. If there's a problem, we throw money at it and it will be solved. Okay, none of these proposals are actually going to lead to a healthy budget, which will not only be healthy in terms of, fiscal terms. And by the way, I personally consider that if we're talking about young people and future generations, then one of the responsibilities we have is leaving a healthy budget and not burdening them with debt, which is going to be at some point impossible to serve. So I think that we should, just as I said, that we should elaborate proposals for fiscal reform. I think we should start talking about how are we going to make budget reforms and achieve a healthy budget, and at the same time making sure that people get their money's worth in terms of services. I gave a couple of examples, public transport in Flanders, I think, has been on the top of everybody's mind for the last months, with the totally incomprehensible scrapping of bus stops. Then we heard a very constructive proposal here, making all public transportation free. Then there's access to childcare, which is now where people who already have a job will be prioritized. Access to social housing, people who already have a job will be prioritized. So if you don't have a job, you don't get a house, you cannot leave your kids anywhere. And if you're a single mom and you want to go out working, it's made even more difficult. And hey, here comes another right-wing government saying, you know what, we're also going to cut your social benefits. And I very much concur with Alexa, who made the proposal, saying, it's not that people don't want to work, but you have to help them, and plunging them into destitution is definitely not going to get them a job. So we have to think of smarter ways. And I'm thinking of one of the things that struck me about Bram's mobility proposals, saying that if you switch to cleaner modes of transport, you will actually be able to make savings on health expenditure, because fewer people will get ill. I'm also thinking of another. I attended a conference a while back about how medicine and so public health is how should I put it? It's basically tailor-made for men, and then medicine for women is a derivative of that. Now, okay, and I always thought, oh, that's immoral, that's unacceptable, but it's actually also very expensive, because it means that we spend billions, too much, every year, because more women get sick, more women need medication, healthcare, more women drop out of work, etc., etc. And we're talking billions. So I think there are a lot of things that we can come up with that are going to lead to a healthy budget and also happier people. Another one. Inequality in education in Belgium is among the highest in Europe. And we know that what starts out, when you're in kindergarten, if there's inequality there, it will get bigger when you go to elementary school, even bigger when you go to secondary school, etc., etc. And by the time you're old, I mean, we got in Belgium to the stage where if you have, let's say, the price of a regular elderly home is above the state pension. It means that if you only have a state pension, that you cannot pay for your elderly care anymore. That's insane. And it's not necessary, because you know what? Poverty is very expensive. Not just for the poor people, it's very expensive for the state. And then I've once listened to a speech of somebody who gave an example of, again, a single mom, vulnerable group, who got into trouble with all sorts of government bodies. And it took her so much time, and she got into so much trouble that, how should I put it? If she became a case in each of these bodies, which was very expensive, because then it takes a lot of civil servants to follow up. It takes a lot of money. But if that lady had simply been helped with very simple measures, like, maybe not forcing her to pay off all her debts immediately, but giving her some breathing space, allowing her to find a job, just giving her the feeling that she's supported. She found a job, and then she can pay off her debts, and then she is no longer weighing on the national budget. So I really think that Volt is the kind of party that should come up with this kind of out of the box proposals, and that could include free public transportation. But I think there's a lot of, you might say, savings that can be made, which will actually lead to a better quality of life and not a worse quality of life. Because ultimately, it's all about choices. The money is there. I said this morning, I mean, Belgium is, after France, the second highest spender in the European Union. And that's really nothing to be proud of, because there's still a lot of people who have no access or restricted access to these basic services. A lot of people who don't know how to make ends meet. A lot of people who are not as healthy as they could be. I mean, if you're poor, then you have less life expectancy. I mean, that's insane. Why? You're all born into this world with the same body, let's say. So, and then all depending on where you are economically, you get more or fewer years, or better quality years or not. So, and all these things are a matter of choice. What do you spend your money on? It's not just, do we tax the rich or do we tax the poor? It's also about how are we going to spend that money? And here I think, we should do that exercise, be creative and come up with the kind of ideas that you came up with, and pool these ideas and have a really creative proposal for the national budget, which will still mean that we're going to be within the rules of the European rules of budget discipline, but will just offer much better services to the people. So that's sort of as a general kickoff for this topic. Okay. I can also moderate, or
yes, yeah. Most definitely. We can do a touch and go, or we have first one question, and then see if someone else also wants to take the floor, something like a bit free.
Sorry, in fact, it is not a question. It's just to let you know that I prepared also, according to other members, a topic for this part of the agenda, which is not a public political topic, but an internal political choice that we think it should made. So I just wanted to let you know also for the time that there is also this part. Thank you.
Maybe one other example that just crossed my mind, sorry to take up your time, but is migration. I mean, Theo Franken, of course, Theo Franken, who is the solution to everything. But he said we also have to cut in the budget for the reception of migrants. But I mean, migrants are, in many cases, I mean, of course, some are vulnerable, they need protection, they need, you know, and it costs money, but that's also what we want to do as human beings. But the point is that if you don't allow people to work, if you let them hang around for years in miserable circumstances, getting deeply depressed on top of the trauma they already had, then indeed, that's going to be very expensive for society. If you allow them to work immediately, if you offer them language classes, if you give them mental support, health support, if you make sure that their kids can go to school, then they will actually contribute to society and contribute to the budget as well. So again, you know, if you vote for N-VA, it's very expensive.
I can totally agree with Sophie. As a profession, I am a public buyer. Last years, I worked a lot on a sustainable procurement policy for the water company here in Antwerp. That's the way the world is going to evolve. The world is going to evolve very fast into sustainable matters, circularity. And I'm used to think out of the box now. We have created a strategy to determine the markets we have to focus on where the most impact is found. So we have to look for the investments that can make the most impact in the shortest time. But you have to be aware that we are living in a VUCA world, a volatile world, so we have to be agile. And agility is very important, considering raw materials. When you know the most of the raw materials we need to develop a sustainable world are located in China, and we are facing a big geopolitical crisis the next years. When China says in the next years, we stop giving you raw materials, we are facing huge problems. So we have to think long term, we have to invest in the things that have revenue, that have return on investment. So, and therefore we really need to think out of the box more and more.
Thanks. So yeah, in addition to what Sophie said, like indeed, Belgium, we spend a lot of money because we have the second largest deficit. But indeed, if you look where the money is spent, then actually on things like infrastructure, mobility, energy infrastructure, the expenditure is quite low compared to our neighboring countries, but we have a lot of expenditure on more the social welfare. Also because like the pension age in Belgium is not very low, but like the difference between the effective and the theoretical age is higher than in any other country. The same we have the record in the percentage of people on long-term sick leave in Belgium if you compare to other European countries. But indeed, we have to come with creative solutions to a credible budget, to be very credible, but at the same time not do like other parties, because often like things like infrastructure are the first things they want to cut on the expenditure, but that will only like good public transport is expensive, but bad public transport is more expensive because you will have more congestion and more health expenditure, etc.
Ja, ik wil graag 2 topics op de agenda. Ik denk dat dat een beetje de brainstormvraag was. Ik heb net als André lesgegeven en ik denk dat in analogie met de loopbaanchecks en de dienstenchecks, dat het tijd wordt om leerchecks te maken. Wat bedoel ik daarmee? Leerchecks voor kinderen die zich geen bijlessen kunnen betalen. Ook daar is ongelijkheid. Il y a une inégalité pour les élèves qui ont besoin d'un soutien scolaire. On a beau à trouver des solutions avec des bénévoles qui vont vers certains groupes minoritaires, mais ce n'est pas correct. Il faut qu'on commence à soutenir les élèves dès bas âge. En ik denk dus dat leerchecks daarvoor kunnen zorgen. Le deuxième sujet que je tiens à cœur, c'est les produits chimiques éternels. Personnellement, moi, j'ai testé l'année passée et j'ai testé plus élevé au niveau du norme PFAS. I think it's really important, I live near the Dutch-Belgian border, that we stop transporting chemicals, polluted soil from one country to another. So I think that's a topic that I would like to bring to the European agenda as well. And then lastly, this week, the Christian Democrats, they came with an idea about familiekrediet, that's the term they used. So it's a simplification of all the different systems that are available in Belgium for leave to take care of children or sick people in the family and so on. I thought that was quite a good idea. Simplicity is what is called for. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. I would like to reply on this regarding checks for teaching checks or learning checks. Might be a good idea, but I don't see really, it will not help if you put much more money into the system what doesn't work. Germany tries it since ages with results that PISA is going down, and more people stay behind. What I think world should fight for is to reform our educational system. That we have really to work on education, that first let's kill the holy cow of Belgium, the 3 different pillars. I think it's stupid, sorry. Some people might not like me for that, but I think that is a very important fight to fight. And then let's try to have schools, possibly European schools, can trickle down, have schools that focus on craftsmanship, on really professions we need. Sorry, I love gender studies, but we don't need so many bachelors in gender studies, we need plumbers. We need plumbers and roof makers and people who can build things. And we have really to bring that back into the mind of people, and I think we should work for that. World should work on this way, and most likely, if possible, have a European agreement on that. I would like to start to work on this in Flanders.
Just an intermezzo, since I have the microphone and I distribute it. I will take it. I work a lot with business managers. And the world of business is a world we need, for sure. We need we need the infrastructure they provide. We need the movement they generate in society, for sure. This is not a criticism on the world of business, but it's a criticism on the aspiration to become a business person without really having a business idea before. You know, it's something that I see every day. I wanna be in business, but what for? I think, Pauline, you also see that with your students. What for? No clue. I just want to be in business. And that's something that, for me, lies at the core of many problems that we see nowadays, that we're putting our focus on an abstract idea and not on something that means anything for anyone. Sadly, for these boys that I see at my work every day, because they're like, okay, business. And I'm like, but what business? Any business. Okay. Interesting reflection.
I strongly disagree with what you're proposing about having another set of checks. I've got culture checks, sports checks, education checks, which already exist, lunch checks. I got a fuel card. I got all these benefits just because I work as a laborer, not as an independent. I work for a company, and I get all these allowances. The big drawback of that is it doesn't add up to my pension. It's a way for businesses to sort of give you all these extras, but they don't have to give your, let's say, your allowance to the state to provide for your pension. So yeah, there's benefit as long as you work, you will have these benefits. If you stop working or your kids don't go to school anymore, this is all dropped out and it doesn't add to your pension. To make it worse, if you look at the Netherlands, they had an allowance system a bit similar like that. You can have an allowance for, just think of anything, and there was an allowance scheme for it. It was a disaster. Really a disaster where people really got into high debts of 40, 50,000 euros, and they're still struggling to get it out. There's a political scandal in the Netherlands going on due to that system. What the Netherlands propose, we should go for a basic salary, a basic income for everybody, which is equal. And based on that, you say that there's more leverage, it adds to your pension, it adds to your benefits. It's a much easier system, a much fairer system.
Well, I thought while I'm in between, I'll also say something. Why not? I mean, I do agree with you, and I see it as a bigger problem that we in this country that we don't make choices. I mean, if a couple of million, that's a lot of money, I agree, but a couple of million for this population, then another party says, my voters also need a couple of million. That's how we do it. And then you end up with this budgetary problem that we have, of course, and we all know about the Matthäus effect. And it's huge in Belgium, it's huge, and it doesn't help. So we have to put our money, we have to put our effort where it realizes something. And so in that way, I agree with you, yeah, definitely.
I would like to react on Andre. I'm not really sure if I understood you correctly. One income for everybody. One basic income, but then building up according to what you know and what the people are needing. Okay, that's something different. So basically, barema, with other words, we have it in Belgium already.
No.
Partly. No?
I'll give the floor to Sophie now, maybe. Yeah, not to make it just a two-people conversation.
I was just going to say, which is something in between let's say, a proposal of order and a coup d'état. But I was thinking, I'd really like, because you feel, so many ideas and views popping up here. Let's try and immediately channel this. I'm looking at my Ghent friends. Just yesterday, we kind of provisionally picked a date, the 8th of April, which I believe is a Monday, to have an event. Why don't we make this a Volt Belgium event, focused on the topic of the budget, and then 2 or 3, for example, mobility, transports, public health and education, and see what proposals we can come up with that will lead to, on the one hand, a healthy budget, or maybe even a reduction in expenditure, and better services, better quality education, better quality mobility, better quality and more accessible healthcare. This would be my proposal.
Very good. Thank you very much, Sophie. Thank you. Yeah, we'll have maybe one last contribution before going to the results of the election this morning.
Just saying, I think it's a very nice and good initiative, Sophie. Plus the 8th is the day after the campaign launching by Volt, 6 and 7, which means we may ask some Europeans to stay over on the Monday. So the date choice is also very good.
Very good, very good. I would also, okay, I'm appointing Patrick as a volunteer now. And Thomas, who's also there, who's not paying attention. Thomas is also a volunteer. So we'll organize this evening, and I think we can invite for each of the 3 topics. We can invite a good speaker, an expert, somebody with really creative ideas. And in the meantime, we'll set up the app group 1048 or something for this event, where you can share your proposals for the event or proposals on the topic. Okay, so please come to us if you want to participate.
So, yeah, please come here or from here, but I have a microphone with me, so if you want to sit, maybe.
No, maybe it's better to sit down because I can also use
sure.
my leg.
Sure, definitely.
No, I can sit to my place, no worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you had a couple of things to say and some also thoughts to on this topic of like free political discussion. So go on, please.
Yes, in fact, it's not about this topic, but in any case, it's a political discussion. And I'm sorry, but I will read a bit because this topic, I talk about this topic with a lot of people that are already here. So in order to be brief and at the same time to be clear, I wrote for this group of members something. Today, I really wanted to stand with a matter of importance, one that strikes at the core of our values and as a democratic, Europeanist and liberal movement. With a heavy heart, I must address an issue that has come to my attention and to our attention, both through personal experience that I lived and discussion with fellow members of Volt. That are also, in some cases, in the list for the European elections. So this matter, spoiler, concern the upcoming European elections and a decision made by our electoral board that, in our view, is undemocratic and illiberal. I know these are heavy words, but it's necessary that someone say it out loud. For those who may not be aware, Volt has decided through its electoral board to impose additional requirements for defining candidates for the lists. Now I'm speaking for the European elections, but in any case for all lists. This decision is absurd because these requirements in fact create unequal opportunities for candidacy in Belgium. And for example, one of the requirements is that candidates cannot be members of any other party, regardless of where that affiliation lies, for example, in Greece, in Italy. This means that even if an individual aligns with Volt principle, is member of Volt legally, and poses no political, thematic, or geographical conflicts of interest, they may be disqualified simply for being a member of another party in their home country, for example, if they are an expat like me. Furthermore, I am aware of instances where various individuals were rejected as EP candidates. And spoiler, they were not in the slide of the people that didn't put in the list. I don't know if you remember, but there was a slide with the names. We were not in the slide. Ironically, in some cases, Volt was even in coalition with some of these parties in other countries for the European elections of 2024. To illustrate an example, if Volt and Party A are in coalition in Greece, and I, as a Greek, I'm not Greek, but is an example, residing in Belgium and actively involved in Belgium since 2022, and I'm also a member of a Greek party, because of my personal story and link with my culture, I will be barred from candidacy. This, in the case of Volt Belgium, has affected individuals of various ages within Volt Belgium, ranging for 22 years old, me, and 47 years old, from December until today. These individuals, regardless of their age or political experience, have all contested the decision of the electoral board. Unfortunately, these concerns were not met with understanding, but rather dismissed as inconsistent and nonsensical. It is crucial for us to acknowledge that each of us has a unique life story, cultural background, and geographical movements that shape our political affiliations. For example, in Italy, it is a common place to be a member of, for example, coalition parties to lend support. Therefore, the imposition of such requirements is inconceivable to me and to us. And it's even more inconceivable to me the type of communication that was used to speak with us and to speak with these people, saying that their choices were nonsense. Shouldn't we be supporting and empowering one another? Shouldn't we unite our voices to amplify our political strength? Shouldn't we give voice to this? We give voice to those whose life stories align with who have been excluded, and we may feel more representative. Shouldn't we, as a liberal, democratic, and pan-European party, avoid excluding individuals with such backgrounds? Shouldn't we, as a party, refrain from adding requirements undermining equal opportunities for candidates in Belgium? We firmly believe that the creation of an election list should reflect the essence of democracy. It is absurd that such decisions regarding additional requirements were made and enforced by a limited number of individuals, only in the electoral board, rather than being discussed and voted upon by the members during the General Assembly. It is not something personal. I am new, as I mentioned before, but I really want to address this issue. While I understand that today's agenda may not permit a true discussion and vote on this matter, I felt compelled to raise it because I have spoken with numerous individuals, including some of the most active members in Vote Belgium, who share my concerns. My words are also for them. There is a pressing need not only to expose inclusivity, feminism, internationalism, and anti-discrimination, but also to practice this principle internally, as I mentioned before for the gender equality topic. Additionally, it is worth nothing that running a campaign requires a signed list of candidates. With only 2.5 months left until the European elections, we have yet to afford several willing individuals the opportunity to run. This is not only hampers our chance of garnering signatures, as we see, especially for the Francophone list, which is the lowest one, but also diminishes the prospects of all candidates on the list to be elected and vote having a strong representation in the European Parliament. So in conclusion, I pose several questions. 1. Why impose additional requirements unique to vote, even in the absence of conflict of interest, thereby limiting equal opportunities for candidacy and the diversity of our lists? 2. Why reduce the likelihood of the entire list being endorsed and effectively diminish our chance to elections? 3. Why do we claim to be liberal and democratic when we fail to uphold these values in such a fundamental aspect? Elections are the epitome of democracy, yet not all who are legally eligible in Belgium to run are given the chance to do so, even if there are places. 4, and last question, with only 2.5 months remaining until the EU elections, why complicate matters by delaying the finalization of the list, resulting in fewer human resources and potentially fewer voters for such reasons? Where is the political strategy in this choice? For the past week, I contemplated how to best articulate this point, and I'm sorry if I read it, but I think you understand why, as it is pivotal to ensure that our words align not only with our formal declarations and our programs, but also with our substantive actions and our concrete actions. So if we are progressive or not, as Erika mentioned before, we have to think about it. And I'm confident that Volt members believe in equal opportunities and view elections as the cornerstone of democracy.
Thanks. Yeah. So thanks for bringing up your thoughts on this issue. Thank you. So yeah.
Very quickly, 30 seconds.
Let me talk first. So I will give the floor to 2 people only, or let's say 3, for very, very short contribution. So Susanna, and no, first we had a question here, I think. Yes. No, for a question or an answer rather, and then Gamal and Susanna.
I think it's about choices.
No, because we don't have.
I can be in love with 2 men, but still I choose to be actually with one. And if those people are a member of 2 parties, it's easy to give up one party and be 100% Volt and choose 100% for Volt. So I don't really understand it.
I'm really sorry, but I have to say this. We have seen particular experience. This is not personal, I don't know your story, but we have seen a particular experience with people being part of global organizations that influence decisions in political parties, and I can always say it, Volt Germany, regards particular issues. And I can't, this is not personal again, I can't accept the fact that we will be under influence of foreign bodies, especially if you are elected officially by our party. Now, one more thing. They could abandon that organization in front of everyone and being still tied to it, but at least they would have lied to themselves before anyone else, and one day they might be subject to a trial. This was the General Assembly thing in Paris. We were all waiting for someone to blow it. It didn't happen, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. So there is good practice and bad practice of having this. And with all the good intention you have, it doesn't mean that others can be misusing it. I'm sorry, but still, no.
Okay, thanks, Gamal. Thanks for your contribution. Susanna, for one last contribution, and then we will go to the announcement of the results. Yeah, we are really running short in time, and many thanks for everyone's contribution, but we need to...
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Isabella, for raising the issue. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Susanna Karp, and I'm the lead candidate for the Francophone list for the European Parliament. But before being the lead candidate, for many years now, I've been a political rights activist. Not only am I the co-founder of the ESIT Foundation, which is the Foundation for European Citizens' Rights, Involvement and Trust, I'm a co-founder of the Voters Without Borders, ECI, and I have also defended petitions on behalf of citizens to the European Parliament on political rights. Thank you. And so this issue comes very close to me. I think banning someone from exercising their political rights is actually quite a serious thing. It tends to happen in countries following extremely serious offenses, right? So people lose their political rights after they commit crimes. I don't think it is normal that we have created a system by which Isabella, and not just her, we have had multiple candidates to the Francophone list who have not been able to become candidates, despite the fact that they have this right under the EU treaties, despite the fact that they are Volt Belgium members. And so I find it absolutely odd, also because we are a pan-European party, and indeed what Isabella described is that she has an affiliation, an attachment to a party in her home country. So we have to be open-minded in that regard. And last but not least, I want to share with you the experience I've had going to Volt Netherlands in Eindhoven to flyer there, when the person who picked me up from the train station said, I'm a member of Volt as well as I'm a member of 3 other political parties in the Netherlands. And for me, I thought, wow, really, this is amazing. I had no idea this was possible. But just to say, I think we need to be open-minded about the democratic culture that we are encouraging to develop in Volt Belgium. So yes, I'm a stark defender of political rights. I will always be one. And I would very much love for Isabella to be a candidate on our list. And I would like to ask the Electoral Board, as well as all of Volt Belgium members, to be open-minded, not least because, as she described, Più Europa is a member of Volt in Italy. Right? It's in a coalition for the European elections in Italy. So I really don't see the contradiction in values. And I think it's quite a big thing to ban someone from exercising her rights, which of course derive from the European treaties. So I do hope that Isabella can become a candidate on our list. I'd be delighted to work with you. And I think we'd like to see more of you and hear more of your experiences as well. So thank you for sharing this one. And I've also shared my take on it. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you for this intense discussion, and where we had also many insightful views on political topics, budgeting issues, social rights, actually many thoughts for the current Spitzenkandidat of the SND here, so might be interesting to bring this up. Many questions also with regard to political rights and internal democracy. But now I will give the floor to the Electoral Board to announce the results of the board elections. So Joachim,
if you can hear us. Yes, perfect.
Yes.
So now the floor is up to you. It's to you, sorry. And yeah, please go on.
First, we'll look at the policy and all of them were approved. I think there are also presentations. As you can see, some are a bit more outspoken than others. So,
Yeah, Joachim. Yeah, thanks. Okay, yeah. There's a delay in, yeah.
Those many elections, some elected representatives. So thank you again. Looking forward to a lot of fun and a lot of campaigning and 7:30 at Gare Centrale flyering actions. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Thanks a lot, Carlo. Some quick word from Jasper, Bram, and Martin, and then we'll go through the other results.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the confidence that you've given us today. It means a lot, really. There were a lot of concerns voiced today. We have heard them. We are not deaf. We need to work on those. That's going to be one of our important missions in the very short term, I think. But it's also now the time to be effective idealists. So we have so many things to focus on all at the same time. We have to hand in our lists in 4 weeks from now. That's the official legal deadline. Everything has to be perfectly in order. If not, then we just don't run in the election. We have to solve our issues internally. We have to then also do a campaign publicly. We have to be better in our communication on certain topics. We have to have a more complete story about where do we want to go with society? How do we want to talk about these issues like fiscal reform, like healthcare, everything, all the things that we discussed today. We have so much work to do. We need to be perfect if we want to be successful. It's going to be a hell of a job, and we need everyone. So please, please help us. Please ask your family members to sign our lists. Please come forward if you have contributions to make content-wise, or if you want to do small projects, if you want to help us, if it's going out on the street, writing something for social media, or writing a longer article, anything that can be useful. Please, please, please help. It's only 3 months until the election, and after that day, there will be no more chance. We don't get a second chance. So we have to get this right. So please, for the coming 3 months, let's do it all together. Thank you.
Thanks, Jasper. Bram?
Thanks everyone for voting and for your confidence. I also think if I looked at, I'm the only one who was not in the board yet. So, yeah. But of course, I was involved in many activities, and I will be ready from day one to actively contribute. Indeed, as Jasper says, we don't have a second chance, and we will do everything we can to participate in the elections and win the elections and make Volt as big as it could be.
Just want to thank you for your trust, and I don't want to cut out more time because we're all looking forward to go out. The sun is out, and
yeah,
that's why I keep it like that.
Perfect. Thanks, Martin. Very short. Yeah. Now let's go on the following results. So, Joachim, for the policy votes.
You already announced they're all.
Yeah, but they're all approved. So okay. So all the results, all the amendments were approved. And that's perfect. Now we have a couple of short announcements. First one by Xander, then followed by Giorgio and Mauro, which I will ask you afterward to come on stage.
Yes, I actually want to reiterate on what Jasper and some others have been said just a moment ago. I'm Xander, I'm the Secretary General of Volt Belgium, the General Secretary Office, which normally should exist of more people, but I'm at the moment the only one consisting in it, doing lots of work. And that's the most important thing. The biggest bottleneck for us at this moment is resources and human volunteers. Yes, we need to go out there, but we need people to help us get out there. So it's really a call, if you can help, even in the smallest way or in the greatest way, being a female co-president or just create, validating the text on the website if the French is correct. There's so many things that we need to do, and we need your help. So please, everyone, if you want to help, reach out to me, reach out to the board, or reach out to the campaign team, and we'll make sure that we get you out there. Because really, if things go wrong, it's often that we just don't have the time. Most of us all have a full-time job, and we need all your help. So if we all together, it will be a lot easier. And just very quickly, like what kind of things we have? We have communication, internal, newsletter, those kind of things. Communication, external, design, copywriting, those kind of things. Fundraising, events, policy, community. If you want to reach out to the minority communities, we need someone. We need someone to help us with reaching out to them because we have many different things to do. Electoral board, we need more people there. The Volt Values Board, which is an arbitrary committee, is missing people at the moment. We need more candidates. We want to build local chapters. We want to build, get out also in West Flanders, also get in Luxembourg, everywhere. But above all, if you have some project management experience, if you have some coordination experience, actually that's also very helpful because if we have many volunteers, there still needs to be some coordination here. So if you are out there, want to become my female co-general secretary, or just want to help out in a smaller manner with the Secretary General Office, please reach out to me and we can get it sorted. And I'm sure that with all of us together, we can make this purple movement really happen. So thank you.
Again, thanks a lot, Xander. I would like to remind also that the General Secretariat is always and will always be the backbone of a party. And I mean, everything that was proposed, suggested, discussed today is only possible thanks to, well, to Xander here, but I mean to everyone here, but I mean in a party without this kind of administrative body, we are nothing. So yeah, if you have any doubts, please reach out to Xander and we'll move forward with what we can offer. Please, Mauro and Giorgio, you have, I think, a surprise announcement to make here. I will, hop là. Those fall. Maybe here, because we can see you. You are.
Yep. So taking the words of Sander, I could a little project. We set up a little project. A little project, as Sander said, volunteers can do things, and without any approval or initiative or board or other things like that. And since I couldn't be as a female secretary general nor a female co-president, we set up a project. I joined Volt some months ago, and one of the questions I asked is, well, where is the address? What's the place? We have a mailbox. A mailbox, interesting. And how you meet people? Well, we knock on the doors and we did this and that. And what's the place for having a discussion or meeting and so on? And there was no place. So spontaneously I set up an idea and I present it to the board and I say, hey, why don't we have something like a permanence in French, a place where Volt can meet, Voltaireans can meet, where we can meet public, citizens, where we can discuss, we can host media, we can have interface with others, in a public place, in a place reachable. So I found out a shop in a gallery. I negotiate a contract, and we have now a future permanence fully dedicated to Volt. We are refurbishing it. It's a tough job, by the way. And negotiate the contract. It's a fantastic contract. We are really lucky. And we have a box down there for collecting a little bit of money, also for increasing our budget in order to reach the goal in, I would say, 1 week, maximum 2, to present it to you. There is a small video that Carlo has, pump up the volume, don't worry. Yeah.
Put the volume on.
moment is a bit dangerous. I would like to add one thing. Now, this permanence is in a gallery that makes us that offer us the opportunity of having events covered from from the weather. We can use that after 6. It's large, it's heated. We can do whatever presentation, for example, what you just said 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago, as a meeting with other people and discussions and open. It's protected, it's private, but the metro station is at 100 meters from there, is in a very accessible place, and the idea is also to offer it or rent it or open the door to the other Volt people from other countries. They will come to Brussels. They will need to work with the European institution or with the Parliament if they are elected, and so on and so on. So that's a place also where Volt Portugal or Volt Germany or whatever can also, of course, come. So again, we are working on this. It's not easy. We need a little bit of funds. We have taken the risk for the moment to finance this, but we are looking for other money.
So if I may, Mauro came to see me in December. It was a Christmas party, and he said, I want to be active in this Volt thing. It's really interesting. It looks like you know them, so put me in touch with the bosses. So I put him in contact with Carlo and Joanna, and Mauro came immediately with things, well, this location. And so he's an entrepreneur. So he took the risk of doing a thing, and he's really taking the risk because their objective was to be ready, to be able to do the works. Well, he needed to pay the advance. And we still didn't have enough, all the capital, partly my fault because I was doing the fundraising during the exercise. So we are taking advantage of the meeting of today. There is a shoebox over there, which... No, it's okay, it's okay. So there's a shoebox over there. In French, we say les petites rivières font les grands fleuves, which means any one of you, if you have some cash, just put it in there. That's the old-fashioned way of doing when we started with the same generation, Sophie, right? When we started politics, that's how we started. I will stand next to it with a little leaflet, so it's more easier if you want to have a QR code or whatever. I tried to generate a QR code last night. It's forbidden for private. You need to be a company to generate the QR code for payment. So I thought it would be easy. So I will be standing next to it with a little leaflet we've made for our donors.
We have here a bank account where you
with the bank account, and for the moment it's in Mauro's and Annalisa's name, so his wife, just because Volt is not standing as a party on 13th of April, just to get rid of any campaign things, it will become... So as one of you has said, Volt, I like very much the name, it was Rodrigo. It will be Volt's Volt, I like the name. But
anyway, we like the orange bills. For the box. Thank you very much. And the last thing we will do an opening and of course a party or something like this in order to announce with press, with media, with whatever we want to do, and it will be free. And 2 or 3 other things. Sorry, I forgot. We will have a rule for running it. Because this is I negotiate also with the other shops around in order to, not to have, to be in peace and to work nicely with the surroundings. So will be rules, there will be people staying there all day. So a permanence means also people remaining there, and I see down there a voluntary that has already said, yes, I will be there every day, so fantastic, and other things like that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mauro. Thanks a lot, Giorgio, for this very warm surprise and announcements. Now, I think it's time to close the GA. First of all, thanks a lot to everyone. Yes.
Ik heb een heel korte vraag.
Ja.
Ik heb al heel veel doorgestuurd naar Volt. Structurele info, er gebeurt niks. Ik vind en ik denk, we hebben verschillende soorten inkomsten. Dat is dit geld, donaties en andere inkomsten. Maar ik vind, en het komt de algemene vergadering toe en niet de raad van bestuur, vind ik dat de verkozenen, we moeten niet doen zoals bij de links-extreme partij, BTB en zo, of PvdA, maar ik vind persoonlijk dat de verkozenen Europees, federaal, regionaal en provinciaal een bepaald percentage van hun wetten afstaan. En ook dat degene van de gemeenten, het is nu de eerste keer, een gedeelte van hun zitpenningen afstaan. Omdat dat een zeer belangrijk wetenschappelijk onderzoek toont aan dat maar 2%, maximaal 2% van de inkomsten van een partij komen uit lidgeld. Maar 11%, en dat is algemeen bestudeerd in verschillende partijen, 11% van het inkomen komt via mandatarisbijdrage.
Ja. Dus,
En ik vind ook dat we niet moeten zijn, Volk moet een voortrekkerrol hebben van, je stelt je niet kandidaat voor een partij om rijk te worden. Je stelt die kandidaat om je enthousiasme te delen. Anders moet je bij de VLD gaan of een andere partij. Ik zeg niet dat we moeten zijn zoals PvdA, want PvdA zegt alles boven 1750 euro, nee, 1775, alles daarboven moet worden afgedragen aan de partij. En te zeggen ook, alle zitpenningen gemeentelijk integraal moeten worden afgestaan aan de partij. Ik ben geen communist, maar ik vind wel, het kan niet zijn dat men zich kandidaat stelt om te zeggen,
Peter,
nu ben ik verkozen en alle
dat
geld is voor
als ik
mij.
mag, sorry voor het onderbreken.
Een groot deel moet naar de partij gaan.
Ja, sorry voor het onderbreken, dank u voor uw punt. Er zijn regels in Volt, ik moet zeggen, ik ken ze niet uit mijn hoofd. Ik weet dat onze Europarlementslid ook een bijdrage doet, bijvoorbeeld. Ik weet uit mijn hoofd niet wat de percentages zijn enzovoort, maar dat is zeker... Het zou kunnen dat het... Oké, ja. Dus, maar dat is... Ja.
De algemene vergadering is en niet de raad de BA. Ik vind persoonlijk het meest essentiële is de bijdrage van de mandataris. En dat is niet verbonden aan de raad van bestuur. Waarom? Omdat jullie kunnen zeggen, nu dit jaar oké, was het binnen 2 jaar een andere raad.
Ja, regels moeten op alle gevallen van toepassing zijn.
Oké.
Maar dit is geen punt voor vandaag, denk ik. Maar het komt inderdaad de algemene vergadering toe om statuten en interne regels te bepalen. Dus absoluut. Ik ben zelf geen kandidaat voor het federaal parlement omdat ik er rijk van wil worden. Ik doe dat uit dom idealisme. Dus ja, je bent gehoord. Heb ik vandaag het concrete antwoord, het exacte antwoord? Nee. Maar dat is inderdaad wel een punt dat we sowieso moeten... En waar ook, er zijn precedenten binnen Volt hiervoor. Dus dat is wel... Ik denk dat we in België ook op Europees niveau inderdaad... Dus ik denk dat we in die...
Thanks a lot. Thanks Peter. Thanks Jesper for the answer. Now we will proceed to the closure. No more comments, please. I will call upon the new members of the board and the former member of the board to to come on stage for a warm thanks to the previous one and a welcoming applause also for the new members of the board upon the big challenges that you are facing or that we are facing. So I think this is more convenient to use this one. Yes, let's take a picture first.
Yeah, wrap it up like.
Yeah, but maybe some for the departure, you know, like a couple of words, yeah?
Thank you, Johanna. And do everything at once. Voila.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Maybe. Yeah, no. I will give a couple of seconds maybe to our former now co-presidents for a few words. And
Yes, thank you very much. And I can see already the impatience to continue with the program. But first of all, thank you so much for having been there here today and for contributing. I actually want to thank Sophie for really introducing also this format of political discussion. I thought it was super, super inspiring, and I hope that we keep this on. So thank you very much for pushing to have this on the agenda. And also on a more, let's say, general and personal note, I think there were many, many important discussions that took place today. And I think this is really the spirit of a political party. This is the spirit of, I hope, a healthy debate culture. So I am glad to see that there is so much input and so much will to change things, be it on the political level, be it within the party. And I will continue also pushing for the change that I see as necessary, because change is always healthy and it always starts somewhere. And I wish all the best to the new board and best of luck for all the tasks that are still awaiting. I know very much which ones they are. And I also here encourage, of course, every eligible member who wishes to stand for the position of co-president, be it now, be it in the future, to reach out. I'm super happy to share with you also what tasks this entails, and also what we've been working on during those 2 years. So yes, I think I will stay tuned with what happens with the election or new election for this position. And as I announced, I might be a candidate myself for a short period if of course that works. But this does not mean that I do not encourage from the deepest point of my heart, really, everyone that is interested to stand up, because I also think that whoever will be the next female co-president or diverse co-president needs to grow into that role as well. So it's also, I think, good to have someone for 2 years, because, well, it's a learning opportunity, and it's also a team effort. So thank you so much for everything in those 2 years. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you very much, Johanna, for your tenure at the board. I think you will be missed by the other member dearly. Also, special thanks to Jasper, who was behind this GA. And I really would like to highlight this. He covered most of the organization, so yeah, big thanks to you. And thanks to you all also for your participation in this extremely rich, emotionally, technically, politically GA. I'm very happy to see that we have so many new faces here around, so many new people eager to join, to also express their voice in a time where we are facing big challenges in Belgian politics and European politics. So thanks a lot again. And now I feel like I'm going to do the church service because we have something special afterwards by the Antwerpen team. So yeah, please go on.
Hello, hi. I know what you need. I know what you need. I can feel it. I can sense it. We are going there. We are going to the pub. But since you are all maybe not from Antwerp, you're not really familiar with this place, I made some routes. There are 2 different routes, and they will take you on a beautiful historic walk around, not really around, it's pretty much straight to the pub, but it will take you to some places. Now, what I thought would be fun is if on the way, we challenge you to hand out as many flyers as you can, to take a nice picture, and to answer some Antwerp history questions along the way. That's the idea. So we're catering for everyone's needs here. If you just want to have a chat with the person next to you, go for it. If you're really keen on answering some questions about Antwerp, go for it. And if you just want to go straight to the pub, I have a route map that takes you there. So either way, I'm catering for all the needs. We hope you enjoy the activity, and we will see you at the end of whatever route you choose. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Maybe if you want to say one last thing, and afterward I close it.
It's on. Hello. One very last thing. We had a small issue with advertising our political cafe in Leuven next Tuesday. Means Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday the 19th. So you are invited. Topic will be social justice.
So Tuesday, you all know where it is, Leuven. Book it in your agenda. Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks you all. I will now announce the closure of the GA. Thanks a lot. See you in the pub or on the streets with a special program prepared by the Antwerp team.
And
Jasper?
thank you to Brieux for guiding us through this day. It was not always easy. Thank you, Brieux.
Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, Gare and Brussels, ceasefire, 5 o'clock in Antwerp.
Okay.
You are all peace lovers.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot to you all. My pleasure.